walks the same path, through cycles of joy and destruction's wrath. Her brother, her guide, the anchor she needs. In shadows he plants the healing seeds. The frost she commands, both a blessing and curse. A balance of power she must always traverse. Though darkness calls, her smile breaks through. A flicker of hope in eternal blue. Arini the frost, Kitsune born, a flame and snow. Guardian of the magic core, through every high and low. A phoenix heart, a kingdom's light, yet shadows claim her soul. Through love and pain, she fights again to keep the magic whole. Reborn in the blizzard, her purpose remains, to guard the core and weather life's pains. With frost in her veins and fire in her heart, Arini the guardian plays her part. In the heart of a storm where the blizzards cry, a phoenix of frost was born to the sky. Her mother's life, a sacrificial flame, left her alone with the cursed king's name. Emperor Mshufning, with 10 tales of despair, looked on his daughter with a heart laid bare. Disgust in his eyes, love buried deep, till a garden of memories began to seep. Stumbling through flowers her mother once knew, her laughter broke through the ice, pure and true. He saw in her soul a spark of the past, and the curse of his heart began to crack at last. Arini the frost, Kitsune born, a flame and snow. Guardian of the magic core, through every high and low. A phoenix heart, a kingdom's light, yet shadows claim her soul. Through love and pain, she fights again to keep the magic whole. Crowned as a treasure, the jewel of her land, she carried their hopes in her frost-touched hand. But betrayal struck, her heart torn apart, a wound so deep it darkened her heart. The pain gave rise to a storm within, a fury unleashed, destruction began. The Kitsune kind, her pawns in the fray, until her brother stepped into her way. The shadow, the silence at night, held her close and whispered, it'll be alright. Feared as the villain, yet steadfast and true, a guardian reborn to see her through. Arini the frost, Kitsune born, a flame and snow. Guardian of the magic core, through every high and low. A phoenix heart, a kingdom's light, yet shadows claim her soul. Through love and pain, she fights again to keep the magic whole. Life after life, she walks the same path, through cycles of joy and destruction's wrath. Her brother, her guide, the anchor she needs. In shadows he plants the healing seeds. The frost she commands, both a blessing and curse. A balance of power she must always traverse. Though darkness calls, her smile breaks through. A flicker of hope in eternal blue. Arini the frost, Kitsune born, a flame and snow. Guardian of the magic core, through every high and low. A phoenix heart, a kingdom's light, yet shadows claim her soul. Through love and pain, she fights again to keep the magic whole. Reborn in the blizzard, her purpose remains, to guard the core and weather life's pains. With frost in her veins and fire in her heart, Arini the guardian plays her part. In the heart of a storm where the blizzards cry, a phoenix of frost was born to the sky. Her mother's life, a sacrificial flame, left her alone with a cursed king's name. Emperor Shufning, with 10 tales of despair, looked on his daughter with a heart laid bare. Disgust in his eyes, love buried deep, till a garden of memories began to seep. Stumbling through flowers her mother once knew, her laughter broke through the ice, pure and true. He saw in her soul a spark of the past, and the curse of his heart began to crack at last. Arini the frost kitsune, born of flame and snow, guardian of the magic core through every high and low. A phoenix heart, a kingdom's light, yet shadows claim her soul. Through love and pain, she fights again to keep the magic home. Crowned as a treasure, the jewel of her land, she carried their hopes in her frost-touched hand. But betrayal struck, her heart torn apart, a wound so deep it darkened her heart. The pain gave rise to a storm within, a fury unleashed, destruction began. The kitsune kind her pawns in the fray, until her brother stepped into her way. Mission, the shadow, the silence at night, held her close and whispered, it'll be alright. Feared as the villain, yet steadfast and true, a guardian reborn to see her through. Already the frost kitsune, born of flame and snow, guardian of the magic core through every high and low. A phoenix heart, a kingdom's light, yet shadows claim her soul. Through love and pain, she fights again to keep the magic whole. Life after life, she walks the same path, through cycles of joy and destruction's wrath. Her brother, her guide, the anchor she needs. In shadows he plants the healing seeds. The frost she commands, both a blessing and curse, a balance of power she must.
Hello, everyone. Today I will be streaming at least a little bit of this art I am doing right now, and then we'll probably jump into a game or something. We will be taking short breaks in between, just so letting everyone know. And while we are doing this, we are going to listen to some creepy stories. So, be warned.
Smoke break.
Smoke break.
Yeah, about like 10 minutes.
There's nothing wrong with that. Just wake up, Mom.
Huh?
Mom just woke up.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna wake you up in 10 minutes.
Good evening, all, and welcome to day 4 of Ghost Week. Tonight we've got some truly chilling stories, so get
Oh, that's
comfortable
funny.
and let the
As soon
darkness
as I
take
got back, we'll have to
control.
leave.
Of
My
course.
great-grandparents lived to be
Give me 1
so
second.
old I not only
Hey,
remembered them,
by the
but
way,
was close to them. As a child, we used to celebrate Thanksgiving
I was
with
gonna wait till you
all
get
their
done.
descendants in
Okay,
the
give me a
area.
second. I want to talk to Mom real quick.
Our family gatherings were so
Alright.
large, the Boy Scout building was rented out. There were a lot of people. I was young, but remember those times fondly. We also celebrated their 75th wedding anniversary at the Boy Scout building. My great-great-grandparents had old-fashioned names from the southern US, so as is common they had nicknames. He was called Super, and she was called Mumsy. Grandpa Super had been a moonshiner for his whole life, but made a bundle during Prohibition. My great-grandma was also doing that too. They were in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, and they caught the attention of the law. So everyone packed up and moved to this tiny place in western Oregon, not too far from the coast, a perfect place to start over. Many years later, Mumsy and Super are now in a nursing home. They had to be put in separate rooms because Super would sneak out and go to the bar or buy whiskey, and Mumsy didn't like that, so they would bicker. Mumsy died first. My parents thought I was too young to go to the funeral. They realized they should have let me go. That was the first person I had known who had died. I was very sad as I realized I couldn't go visit her anymore. My mum told me Grandpa Super asked where I was and told her he wanted me there, as we were quite close. A few months later, a nurse and a CNA go into Super's room to check on him. They had to check a lot, as he went on a binge after Mumsy died. The nurse entered the room. The CNA stayed at the door. Super was sitting on the edge of his bed looking at the rocking chair in his room and carrying on a conversation. The nurse asked Super who he was talking to, pointing to the empty rocking chair. He answered, "Mumsy, of course, she's sitting right there," pointing at the empty rocking chair. Then Super added, "Isn't she beautiful?" I fell for her the moment I laid eyes on her. Here we are, 12 children, too many grandchildren to count, and married 76 years, and she's the only woman who ever turned my head. The nurse thought that was sweet, but starting to get spooked. They bickered all the time when he was here, and now he was gushing about his dead wife. The nurse said, "Super, you remember Mumsy died 4 months ago?" Super looked at her and replied, "I know that. I went to her funeral, but she's here now." Super laid back towards the rocking chair, nodded his head as if to say yes, and smiled. Super then looked at the nurse and said, "Mumsy says it's time to go." Super then tipped over, dead. The nurse was looking at Super and ran over to check to see if he had any signs of life.
Alright, sorry about that.
He didn't, and he let it be known he was not to be saved from passing.
Huh?
The CNA stayed at the door, with her jaw hitting the floor. At the same time Super died, the rocking chair rocked as if someone was getting out of it and standing up. This is what was related to my great-great-grandmother at the time. Years later, my great-grandmother was in the same nursing home.
Yes, baby.
The CNA still worked there, and she told me the story. She thought it was a very elderly man reflecting on his life, imagining his departed wife was there, until the chair rocked. Then she realized it was all real. She has seen many things since. At the time, she was new, and it was her first. But now, she knows better. I'll start this by saying I'm not into supernatural experiences and never gave them much thought until my own. This story is 100% true, and I would swear on any religion or dead relative that what I say is the honest truth. I grew up in a very old home, for my area standards anyway. It was built in 1929, coming up on its 100th birthday by a well-known Spanish revival architect, and the area back then
Is
was
it just
pretty much
easier to
all
text it
agricultural.
than say it in here?
This particular home was the place built to house the family that owned the citrus orchards in a 10-block radius. Since it was an orchard home, it had some quirks.
Just wait till you
like a
log
built-in
on to
trash
Scorch next
furnace
time.
chute, goodbye bad report cards, full basement which they used for cold produce storage,
I may
and
or
some
may not have
truly
gotten
stellar
7
hiding spots.
Armadogos.
We moved there when I was 6 years old.
And only one of them's a baby.
To
Well,
understand the
juvenile.
story, I'll give a description of the layout where my story takes place.
The rest of
The
them
home
are
was what
fucking
some
old
might
adults,
call
and they
a
range
grand
from level
hall
like
entrance,
22 or something like that was the lowest, up to 149.
The top of the main stairwell is shaped like a giant square, and you get to the top
Or
landing.
194 or
Then
something
you
like
follow
that.
the giant square walkway
But
around the rooms consisting of my sister's and
the one that
my
I told you
hallways,
about,
which has
that I
my
said that I
bedroom,
think
my
you'd
sister's
like.
bedroom, and our shared bathroom, and our
It's pretty
parents'
cool.
master suite at
It's
the end of my
back is
walkway.
normal
Pretty
armadillo
much you
color,
have to walk past our hallway to reach my parents'
like the
bedroom.
carapace
My sister and
pieces.
my hallway can be closed off from the main stairwell
And
walkway
then
by
the
shutting
rest
the
of
door
it
with the lock.
is red and
Note,
cream.
if you don't lock the door, it won't stay shut, as it always
But
swings
it's just sitting there
slightly
staring
ajar.
at you, waiting for you to get out of
Like
your
I
pod.
said, it's an old home and they have their quirks. The lock was on the inside.
I was gonna put it on your
so
body,
only
but like
someone
me and Wolf were like,
in my
hey, let's
hallway
how much
could
luck
unlock
she
it.
has.
In
So
other
probably
words,
delete it.
no lock access from the main stairway. When I
So I
stayed
just
at
threw it
home
off in front of your
alone,
pod.
I always locked the hallway door. I was never scared in my home, but it felt better to have that extra layer of protection anyway. To the point where I was nearing graduation from high school, I was at home alone. My sister had gone to college years before, and my parents were on a weekend vacation to the mountains, which are only an hour-and-a-half drive from our location.
Whole
It
whopping
wasn't unusual for them to
$412
leave
for
for
a
the
fucking week of
weekend
work.
since I was already 18 and responsible. I never drank to get drunk, never tried drugs.
I got
Sometimes
77
I'd
in
have
my
my best
account because I
friend
just
come
paid my
over and
fucking
we
phone
watch
bill, which was
movies or have the soccer
$70.
team come over to swim. Nothing was very crazy, and my friends were always polite and never left a mess, so my parents didn't mind if I had people over when they
Oh,
arrived
the
in
lag
town.
should stop here in about
On
an
this
hour and a half,
particular
by the
evening,
way.
I was alone because I had a soccer tournament the next morning. Now my bedroom door
3
was on the
XNs.
far left side on the same wall as my headboard. From where my head was on the pillow,
That's the only
and
thing
laying
I
on
can
the
think
left
of.
side of my body, my sight line is
People
directly
had-
at the space where people would walk into my room.
I wish I
That
could.
evening I was sleeping. Nothing crazy in that. I usually do wake up a few times every night to adjust. But that evening I rolled over and with sleepy eyes saw a figure in the doorway.
What?
In my sleep haze I recognized the detail of this person. He was wearing
Oh, good.
overalls that had stains on the knees and wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up.
It's not good at
His
all.
hair was mid-length, dark with loose curls in them. Now here is the kicker. He waved. Not like a normal wave, but what I call a tinkle wave. The kind where your fingers go down slightly one after the other and you repeat the pattern. I closed my eyes thinking it had to be some weird sleep thing where the dream and reality would meet. I opened my eyes and he was gone. The truly bizarre thing was I wasn't frightened in any capacity.
Yeah,
If
you just
anything,
let me
there
know
was
how
a
much
sense
and
of
I could
calm.
send it.
I chalked it up to a weird dream and that was that.
I might have to
The
wait
next
for a
morning
little
I
bit of
woke
it
up,
just
got
because
ready
of
for soccer, unlocked the hallway door and
waiting for
went
my check to
downstairs
deposit.
and went to my soccer game. Business as usual.
But
I
usually
never
that
mentioned it
deposit's
to
within an
anyone
hour or
because who would
two.
care? It was a weird dream. No one had been there since the door had been locked. Fast forward to 6 years after the weird dream. My sister was
Yeah.
getting married and one of her
It'd be like
bridesmaids,
3 year
Ali,
time.
was from out of state. My family had known Ali for years, so rather than her pay
Yeah,
for a
if
hotel,
I could, I would
she
come
stayed
and
with
replace
us.
Josh right away.
Since I was on break from college for the wedding, I was staying with my parents as well. My sister's room was a wreck with wedding chaos, so I cleaned up my old room for Ali
If I
to
could, I
stay in
would.
while I stayed in my sister's old
That's
room.
another reason why I'm trying to
The
get a
morning of
different
the
job.
wedding,
That way it's a
I
lot
drove
fucking
Ali,
easier for me to put
Sarah,
away
another
money.
local bridesmaid, and myself down to the venue to get ready. It was about an hour's drive to the venue from my parents' home.
Another
We
reason
talked
why I'm
about
trying to
our
get
old
off my
high
dad's
school, current
fucking
life and
phone
stuff.
account, because
We were about halfway to the venue when Ali mentioned not
it's
getting
70
a great
bucks a
night's
month
sleep.
for my phone bill through my
Being a
dad.
good hostess, I asked what was wrong and if there was anything she needed.
I
since
used to,
she
but
would
then
be
they
staying
fucked
in
me
my
over.
room for a few more nights before
Well,
leaving. And I'll never
I
forget this
thought it
time.
was them fucking me over,
She
but it was
said,
really just.
"No,
It
it
kind of was,
fine.
but
But the guy in your room wouldn't go away. He just kept waving."
kept turning off my data and shit to the point where I'd have to
I
reset my
almost
phone like
swerved
6
into
times
the
before it'd come back
freeway
on.
K-rail barrier. I asked her to explain what she meant. Ali told me. She woke up at around 3 a.m. because her phone dinged an alert. She looked at the
And I
doorway
had to
and
tape
saw
my
a man
mirror.
standing there. He looked at her for a minute, then waved the tinkle
The
wave.
wind was the
She
wind blew
mimicked the
down,
wave to
blew
me
fucking
exactly.
something into my mirror
By
and
that
broke
point,
it.
I must have been as pale as a sheet. She then went on to describe his appearance. She described him with the exact same details, added he had a bandana on the lower side pocket of his overalls, and after this,
What's
she
wrong?
and Sarah could obviously see I was pretty rattled. I told them what I had seen
The
years before in the
fuck?
same place with the same details. As I said before, I had never mentioned this story
Why
to
are they doing
anyone.
that to
Why
her?
would I? It was a dream. Ali then told me she's sensitive to spirits, that she's had many encounters and can feel their energy. And as I've stated before, I had never believed in any of this stuff prior. She then told me
Why
not
are
to
they pulling
worry
that shit
because he
on
was
her?
a benign spirit and just wanted to make his presence known. This matched my own interaction because I never once felt threatened, which normally wouldn't be in the case with a strange man in the bedroom while I
One
was
of
home
those
alone. I remember
jobs that
seeing
have a
him
really cool
thinking,
thing where if you're
I
really
should
good at
feel
your job,
frightened.
you get twice as
I
much
never was.
fucking responsibility.
After the wedding festivities and after Ali had left, I asked my mum if she had ever seen anything one might consider supernatural
What's that?
in the house in the years since we had lived there.
Oh fuck.
She's a well-educated ER doctor with a
Jesus.
no-nonsense attitude. She
Can't
told
blame
me
her.
she's come home
But
from the
I gotta get
hospital a
back
few
inside,
times,
so talk to you
always the
later.
6 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift, when she generally wouldn't get home till after 3 a.m. after finishing up charts. She said she had seen a shadow man move between my sister and my hallway door. I asked if she'd ever felt frightened after seeing it, and she said no, that she always felt nonplussed. I told her about my dream and what Ali had also seen. Honestly, she didn't react much besides telling me to stay on good terms with it. Since that final experience, I saw him twice, both of these sightings being in my sister's bedroom, one at the right foot of her bed and the other on the left side. The last time he didn't wave though. After my mum's revelations, I checked my phone after seeing him, and both sightings were between 3 and 4 a.m. I don't know what it is, or who, or why, but it happened too many times for me to believe it isn't real. I named him Philippe, and when random stuff happened in the house I couldn't explain, like my hat falling from the top of my lamp with no window open or anything, I would just say, "Hey Philippe," as to not piss him off. What scares me the most to this day is how quickly my mind shifted from, these are make-believe stories, to spirits exist in my home, and he wants to be known. What else is out there that we can't see or explain? 2 weekends ago, I had my niece of 6, Bailey, over, staying with my husband and I at our home. She had left her favorite pink sparkle jelly shoes at Grandma's house, aka the story in the house I just read, when she had spent the night there, and since I didn't live very far, I told her I'd take her over there to pick them up. My mum was working the 4 p.m. shift and wouldn't be home until 2 or 3 a.m., so I decided to do some minor chores like put the washed laundry in the dryer, clean up the cat litter, etc. While I was doing this, Bailey ran upstairs into my old bedroom, which she loved to play in. I left some old chunky jewellery, old prom dresses, random stuff in there which she loved to play with, and I certainly didn't mind. When I was finished doing the little things around the house, I called her to come down so we could get going. She never mentioned anything strange or unusual to me, and we left. The day after I had dropped Bailey off, my sister called me to ask who we had been with at Grandma's. I told her it was just me and Bailey. Apparently my niece said that she ran upstairs and there was a man looking at pictures in the hallway, and she said hi, but he didn't move. She walked past and into my room, and when she had come out later so we would leave, he was no longer there. If a man had been there and walked down the stairs, he would have run into me at some point, and if he had stayed upstairs, he would have run into me, since I had to go upstairs to clean the litter box. I'll state I saw absolutely nothing. My niece is now 6 and getting into the imaginary friend territory age, so I'm taking this with a grain of salt. However, she never told any one of us, my mum, me, or my sister about any imaginary friends before. I really don't know who or what she saw, if anything at all, but it's worth to note that the hallway she says she saw him on is the same one where my mum says she saw her shadow man. In 2001, my youngest son was hit by a car. He was only 4 years old. It was very bad. He stopped breathing, his heart stopped, and he was revived 3 times. The neurologist told my wife and I that the injuries were severe and most likely he would not survive the night. We were beyond devastated. He was in a coma naturally, and also they added meds to make sure he stayed that way to keep his brain pressure down. He survived the night. About a week later, he woke up. After they took out the breathing tubes, he could talk. He kept asking where Veronica was. I asked the nurses if one of them or one of their co-workers was named Veronica. They said no one worked there with that name. I asked him what she looked like. He said she was an old woman who talked funny. I asked if she was dressed like the nurses and he replied no, that she always wore the same clothes, a blue dress with yellow flowers. I asked what she said to him and tell him she loved him and that everything would be okay. A few hours later, my in-laws showed up. I told my father-in-law about what my son was saying and he turned white. He said he knew who it was. It was his mother, Veronica. She was from Slovakia and had a heavy accent, and she was buried in a blue dress with yellow flowers. Our son is named Joseph Michael. We found out after he was born from my father-in-law's older sister that they had an older brother named Joseph Michael who died in Slovakia around the age of 4. My father-in-law was the only one born in the US. If I would not have experienced it, I wouldn't believe it. But my son's great-grandmother reached out from across the grave to comfort her son's namesake. I also believe she helped to make sure we would not relive the tragedy she went through. Pure love is the most powerful force in the universe. It can break space and time boundaries. Joseph is doing fine. He has issues from the brain injury, but he is an intelligent 21-year-old now. He still lives with us ever since he came home from the hospital all those years ago. We've had many experiences with things paranormal happening to us. I wonder if since he died and was revived, he is closer to that side and attracts the paranormal. But these events are stories for another time. This is more of my dad's story than mine, but I think this needs to be shared. In August of 2006, my family was stationed in Fort Riley in Kansas. We moved into this gorgeous duplex at the end of a horseshoe-shaped neighborhood. The house was built in the early 1900s and had an unfinished basement with those pole lights that only light up the small area around you. In the basement, there were also the smallest footprints in the cement that looked as if they belonged to a child. The house had a grand staircase that only went from the ground floor to the second floor, and a back staircase which went to all 4 floors, originally intended for servants. The ground floor held the main living area, and my brother and I were on the second. I snagged the master, which had its own doorbell. As for a 6-year-old, this was awesome, and my parents stayed on the top floor, which had an unfinished attic room that held pieces of original furniture. Their babysitter once joked that vampires lived in there. About a month after we moved in, a woman knocked on the door and introduced herself as part of the Historical Society, and asked for my family's permission for this home to be featured in the annual Halloween ghost tour, informing us this is a usual stop. She let us know that the home was host to a spirit called the Buckskin Ghost, as he appears as a man in buckskin clothing. We informed her we were new and hadn't had any paranormal experiences. She asked how long we'd been there. My dad said about a month, to which she replies, "Oh, usually he shows himself by now." My dad politely declined to be on the tour. I think my parents either didn't believe or were scared. We were still unpacking things at this point, mostly boxes that were in the garage, which was attached to the back stairwell near the basement. That's when Dad noticed the light in the garage was out and went to change it. Completely normal thing. As my dad is reaching up to change the light, it comes back on. He makes sure it's screwed in all the way, climbs down the ladder and puts it away. When he returns to the garage, the light is out. Confused, my dad fetched the ladder again. He returned. The light's back on. Frustrated, he moves the ladder out of the way and the light goes off. So he sets up the ladder, climbs up, and as he's reaching to change the light, it comes back on. My dad is now beyond frustrated and yells, "Stop messing with me." The light comes back on and doesn't go out the entire time we lived there. This was our introduction to the next 10 months. Other odd things happened in the home, like the radio turning on to the static section extremely loudly, and there were rooms in the basement our dog simply would not go in. Any times things would happen, we would refer to Bucky acting up. While we lived there, we learnt more about the base's haunted history. We even purchased a book of ghost stories, which included our home. The book also featured a story of a little girl who befriended a ghost, and they would play with dolls. When that family moved out, the girl left her doll at the house for her friend. Remember the original furniture that was in the attic? When we first moved in, we looked in all the drawers, and in one of them was that doll. One I didn't learn anything about until months later. I don't know what happened to the doll, but I only saw it the once. For the most part, nothing too terrifying happened in the house. That was until my dad stayed there by himself. He was a night pilot, meaning he usually slept during the day, and one day he was woken up by the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs at the base level. My dad got up, opened the door, and asked if anyone was there. Immediately the noise stopped. My dad went to check the windows overlooking the street to see if a service van was at the house. For those who haven't lived on a military base, they occasionally send people to the home to do things like change air filters. My dad didn't see anything and went back to bed, but he was again woken up to the sound of heavy footsteps on what he perceived to be as the second floor. My dad shot out of bed and went to the door, and as soon as the door was opened, the noises stopped. He yells again, "Is someone there?" No response. So he goes and lays back down. My dad then hears items of furniture moving in the room opposite the wall in front of the bed. The one with the original furniture items. He jumps out of bed and leaves the house without a second thought. It wasn't until he was at work later he realized he would be going back to the house alone, and questioned what was in the house with him. I was 6 when all of this went down, and for years we have talked about these experiences and others that happened there to friends and family. We've continued to check for more stories online about this house. Others have also experienced a friendly but mischievous ghost affectionately called Bucky. I've had other strange experiences throughout my life, and I believe this house is what opened them up to me. I'm now dating a man who is a skeptic, and while visiting my home in Florida, my dad shared this story with him. The light in the kitchen was flickering throughout his retelling. Jokingly, my boyfriend yells, "Stop messing with me," when it flickered off. The light immediately turned on and continued to stay on while we visited. Don't believe me? Look up the ghost of 85B Schofield Circle, Fort Riley, Kansas. There are plenty of stories from the base that deserve to be heard, including this one, and I encourage those who have made it this far to do some additional research on this haunted military base. And if you live in this house, please, let Bucky's story be told on the ghost tour. Last night I stayed over at my boyfriend's house. His bedroom is in the basement, tucked into one of the corners. It's always a bit dark and quiet down there, which usually makes it easy to fall asleep. Around 4 a.m. I woke up for no apparent reason. I was lying on my side facing my boyfriend as he slept. I stayed like that for about 30 to 40 seconds, just staring at him and trying to figure out why I was awake. But then this weird feeling crept over me, this deep, uneasy sense that I should turn around. I hesitated for a moment, but the feeling wouldn't go away, so I started to roll over. As I turned onto my other side, I glanced towards the door. That's when I saw someone standing there. At first, I thought it was his mum. It was a figure with the right kind of height and build, just standing still near the doorway. But my brain immediately snagged on the question. Why would his mum be in his room at this hour? I only had a split second to process this thought before the figure started moving, coming towards me. That's when it hit me. This isn't his mum. I couldn't make out the face or any distinct features, but something about this felt deeply wrong. I gasped loudly, and a sharp, involuntary sound of pure terror left my body. My boyfriend woke up immediately, startled by my gasp. At the same time, whatever I saw bolted into the corner of the room and vanished. 1 second it was there, moving, and the next it was just gone. I didn't say anything to him about it. I couldn't find the words, and honestly I didn't want to sound crazy, but I was wide awake, my heart pounding. I know it wasn't a dream. I was completely aware of everything. Now that I think about it, I can't shake how unsettling the whole thing was. Who or what was that? Why did I feel so compelled to turn around in the first place? I'm still spooked, and I can't stop replaying it in my head. I lived in an apartment building in the 70s, with plain white walls that seemed to stretch on forever. It wasn't fancy, but it had plenty of space for me and my pets, 2 cats, one called Conejita and the other called Chibigon, and my 3 dogs. The apartment didn't have a balcony, but the living room was large enough for the animals to roam freely. It was a quiet place, with no flickering lights or odd noises, just the peaceful hum of the old building around us. Everything felt routine, until one unsettling afternoon. That day after lunch, the sun streamed softly through the windows, casting a warm glow across the plain white walls. Conejita and Chibigon had nestled into their usual nap spots on my bed, basking in the stillness. I was in the living room sipping coffee and reading, when an eerie growl shattered the calm. It was Conejita. I recognized her low, guttural growl immediately, which was strange because she was usually so gentle. I rushed to the bedroom and found both cats wide awake, their fur bristling, eyes wide with fear. Conejita was standing rigid, hissing at something in the corner of the room, while Chibigon, the bolder of the two, stood beside her growling fiercely as well. Then I followed their gaze. There was nothing there, just the bare white walls and the shadow of the chair in the corner. But the cats were utterly terrified.
Hello.
They hissed and growled at whatever they believed was in that corner, refusing to back down. It was as if they could see something I could not. Something invisible, but undeniably present to them. I called their names, trying to calm them, but they remained frozen in fear until all at once they bolted. Both cats dashed out of the room, racing down the hallway into the living room, where they hid behind the couch. No matter how much I coaxed or reassured them, they refused to go back into the bedroom that day. I spent the rest of the afternoon thinking about what could have triggered them. Cats could be sensitive to things like changes in air pressure or distant voices. But this? Their reaction was too intense, too real. I checked the room thoroughly. There were no drafts, no hidden critters in the walls, no reason for them to have acted the way they did. And yet, they wouldn't set foot back in the room. For the next few days, Conejita and Chibigon avoided the bedroom entirely. They would slink past the doorway with wide, wary eyes and preferred to stay in the living room or hallway. It was as if the bedroom held something they wanted no part of. I started to get used to the idea that maybe they had sensed something I couldn't explain. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, their fear seemed to fade. Slowly they began venturing back into the bedroom, cautious at first, then more comfortably, until life seemed to return to normal. I nearly forgot about the strange incident until a few weeks later. I was cleaning the bedroom when I noticed something odd on the wall near the corner where the cats had fixated that day. It was a small, sticky patch of something. It looked almost like glue, or residue, though I had no idea how it got there. I touched it, and it felt strange, slightly cold and tacky, but nothing too alarming. I cleaned it off without much thought, figuring it was just some random build-up. But then a few days later it reappeared. The sticky substance was back in the exact same spot. I wiped it off again, puzzled, but it returned once more, and by then I couldn't ignore it. I had seen a movie once where a similar substance appeared, ectoplasm they called it, something left behind by ghosts or spirits. But I didn't believe in the paranormal. Yet the idea lingered. Could this be connected to what the cats had seen, or thought they had seen that day? They had acted as if they were staring straight at something in the very corner, and the sticky substance kept reappearing, as if trying to make itself known. I found myself wondering if someone could have died in that room. The apartment was old, and who knew what had happened before I moved in? I never found any answers. The substance eventually stopped showing up, and the cats returned to their usual carefree routines. Still, I couldn't shake the memory of that day, and the cats' reaction, their absolute terror in the face of something I couldn't see. I don't believe in ghosts, or at least I didn't, but I can't help but wonder, was there something more that I didn't perceive that day? My house has, for as long as I can remember, had major levels of paranormal activity. It's an old farmhouse that's been passed through about 4 generations of my family, and there have been plenty of deaths on the property. It was built around 1880, and while it's not got a particularly bloody past, it's got its stories. My grandma died in what would later become my nursery. My great-grandfather fell out of the hayloft back in the 1920s, and they found an old, unmarked grave left from the Civil War that got left behind in the 70s. The activity is common as things fly around here.
I'm literally just back
Cabinets,
home.
doors open
My
and
cousin
shut,
took me out
things
today.
get moved, and footsteps can be heard in
We
the
went and
hall
got
when
a
no one else
coffee,
is
and
home.
we done some photography.
You'd see figures in the doorway. We'd hear a voice in the old grain silos
How's
sometimes,
your day
which
been?
is impossible, because if someone was in there, they'd suffocate. None of it feels or acts malicious, so we're used to it and just sort of take it on the chin. So used to it, in fact, that I completely ignored someone trying to break into my back door last night because I just thought this was the normal, paranormal activity. I was in my brother's room fiddling with his PC for some stuff, and I heard weird knocking sounds from outside the house. Knocking is normal, though. It's usually inside, but I went ahead and ignored it. This went on for about 3 to 4 minutes before my dog started growling so loudly I could hear him from across the house. He doesn't growl at anything beside the basement door, so I thought it was weird and went to go calm him down in the living room. I heard the back door in the kitchen shaking and yelled, "Stop it, you're gonna break the handle," because that's the sort of thing we say when something is getting particularly rough. Maybe 30 seconds later, I heard the door swing open and without really thinking about it yelled, "Pretty sure I told you to knock it off." I didn't realize anything was off until a voice I didn't recognize said, "Crap," super loudly, and the door slammed shut. Of course, I immediately ran to see what it was, just in time to see a silver truck peeling out of my driveway. So yeah, essentially just a warning not to get too comfortable with your haunted housemates, because it might turn out it's not them who's making the noise. Paranormal experiences have always been a part of my family's life. From seeing figures in windows to cups flying off counters, strange occurrences seem to follow us no matter where we go. These experiences happened in our first house. When I was younger, I refused to sleep in my room. My family said the upstairs of that house always felt uncomfortable. In one of the rooms that wasn't part of the original home, we always felt like we were being watched. We even captured a photo of a face in one of the windows. Eventually, we moved out of that house, but the strange activity didn't stop. Windows were broken, cups still flew off the counters, and doors slammed shut. These things usually happened when someone was alone or half awake. My mum even said she was slapped while she was sleeping. In the next house, the activity continued. We saw orbs on the security cameras, and I started experiencing more of it personally. One day, one of my Bibles fell from a shelf and onto the floor. Another time I saw a dark shadow move across our shower window, which left me feeling uneasy. My sister told me that a cross on my desk was thrown across the room and landed face down. Lights started acting strangely, doors would shake, and family members were being scratched or slapped. One memorable experience happened when I was around 4 years old. I was in the same room as my mum when we heard 3 loud bangs outside. We checked, but there was nothing there, and our motion-activated lights hadn't gone off. In that same house, while it was still under construction, my parents heard the sound of furniture being dragged across the floor, even though nothing had been moved yet. Another strange event when my sister was a baby. My parents couldn't see her on the baby monitor, but when they went to check, she was still in her crib. In our current house, things have escalated. We've experienced doors shaking, shadows outside, and hearing the back door open when no one is there. I've been scratched a few times, which is unsettling. One of the more striking incidents happened when I left my room to make some food. I have a Bible on a shelf that has never moved before, and when I returned, the Bible was on the floor, all the way across the room, lying open, but not on any specific verse. On another occasion, my sister said a cross in my room was thrown across the room and landed face down. There's also a persistent feeling of unease when standing in the dark. My mum has seen door handles shake, and we've heard knocking on windows. Although some of the light issues might be electrical, we're not entirely sure. In the last month, a guest staying at our house to watch our dog said they felt someone nudge their shoulder while they were sleeping. No one else was home, and the dog was in another room. I thought things had started to settle down after I was blessed by a priest about a year ago, but recently activity has started up again. One night while lying in bed, I felt a burning sensation on my neck. When I looked in the mirror, I noticed red marks. By the next day, the marks stood like 4 scratches, with 2 of them merging into one. We've also heard names being called and felt like we're being watched. Someone in my family even woke up to see a face looking at them through a door window. These experiences span from 2014 to 2024. Sometimes months will go by without anything happening, but then activity will suddenly intensify. My mum had a really bad ear infection and needed to take her medicine on time to help ease the pain as quickly as possible. She set an alarm for somewhere between midnight and 3 a.m. to make sure she didn't miss a dose. That night, we were in the front room watching movies together, trying to pass the time until her alarm went off. At some point, we both dozed off. It was peaceful until it wasn't. Before the alarm could even go off, we were jolted awake by loud, violent bangs. The sound was deafening. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 bangs, it was a chaotic, repetitive clamor that echoed throughout the house. We shot up from the couch, absolutely scared witless. For a moment we thought someone had broken into the house. The place was dark, and we were sure whoever it was didn't realize we were home. The noise was coming from the kitchen. It sounded like someone was tearing the place apart. My heart was pounding as we cautiously made our way to check it out. When we stepped into the kitchen, we froze. Every single cupboard, drawer, and door was open. The fridge, the stove, the washer and dryer, even the basement and bathroom doors. Some of the cupboard doors were still swaying slightly, as if they'd been violently slammed shut and then flung open again. The room felt wrong, like the air was charged with something we couldn't see. We quickly checked on everyone else in the house. My dad and my 3 brothers were all fast asleep, completely undisturbed. We checked the doors and windows, and everything was locked up tight. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign that anyone else had been awake. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. All I know is that it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't something we imagined. Something or someone made its presence known that night, and we haven't forgotten it. My friend has been experiencing some activity in her home for a few years now. It started out small, little things here and there, things that would make you think that possibly you did it, or you thought you closed the drawer, turned the light off. Little things. But recently it's been a bit more active. I told her a while back to ignore it, don't entertain it. It seems to be more active in her bedroom closet. It just knocks on the door. She filmed it a few times but left abruptly afterwards. It turns on lights, fans and the printer, but it hasn't really done anything in front of her daughter until recently. It started knocking on the door one day while she was sitting in the room with her daughter. Obviously the daughter was curious, but my friend said it's nothing and ignored it and proceeded to take her downstairs. Then yesterday her daughter was yelling for her and asked where she was. My friend said downstairs. Her daughter was upstairs and could hear someone walking around up there. Then last night, while they were sleeping, her daughter came running into her room and said there was something happening in her room. My friend just said to sleep in bed with her and they will look in the morning. So when they got up and looked, her mirror that was on that door was smashed, and also a glass decoration she had in there. I'm not an expert by any means, but I feel like my friend ignoring it is pissing it off, and it's moved on to the daughter, which is definitely reacting to it. Is there anything she can do to help the situation that won't piss it off? I also know this sounds really stupid, but my friend has lupus, and ever since this thing has shown up, her health has gotten bad. It's literally one thing after the other. Could this be at all related? Anyway, in August of 2021, my friend and I were flying out to Seattle, Washington for a vacation, so I spent the night at her house since we were leaving early in the morning. We were sitting in her family room the night before we left, just talking, and I could see her living room from my side view. As we're talking, I saw a tall, dark figure walk from what I could guess was her stairs into her front living room. I thought I was just seeing things. She had asked me if I was okay. I said yeah, thinking I was just seeing things, until about 10 minutes later when it happened again. But I was heading back to the stairway area. I didn't tell her about it until we were on our way to the airport the next morning. While we were in Washington, we spoke to her daughter, who was around 9 at the time, and my friend asked how she was doing. Her daughter said she was okay, but kept seeing the really tall man with the long fingers. We looked at each other and told her maybe she was just dreaming. She was like, maybe, but we knew it wasn't a dream, because that was exactly what I had just seen the night before. I work in a very old building that a few hundred years ago used to be a hospital. It's well known for being haunted, and even has a room in the basement where corpses were stored during the winter until they could be buried. One day I was there alone, and I heard a female voice humming a melody loud and clear from the basement. There is no remote possibility whatsoever that anyone else was in there because the building was locked with the alarm on when I got there and no one came in after. When she stopped, I called my friend who didn't believe me and came to hear it, and after half an hour or so she started again. We both were terrified and ran out, and I never went in there alone unless it was midday and other people were there too. This was years ago, but I can still hear the voice and melody and it scares me. Sometimes I wonder about who or what it was. Was it a female ghost or something pretending to be a female, humming calmly to draw us down into the basement? If so, it had the opposite effect, as we ran for our lives the other way. Has anyone experienced anything similar? A couple of weeks before the humming, I was working at my computer and saw a tall shadow coming in from the door, opening to the left, and turned my head. Very quickly it went right through me, and it felt like being electrocuted. I had a loud crack from my neck and fainted. When I woke up, everything was foggy and spinning, so I went home, but it persisted, and I got more and more neurological symptoms. Turned out my neck broke. The joint keeping my head on my neck had snapped. I'm fused now with titanium rods and a lot of screws, and tell everyone it happened because I turned my head and have an illness that makes my joints and ligaments weak, which I do. But I never told anyone what I saw when it happened. I thought I imagined it until months later, I heard a colleague tell someone about how he saw a tall shadow come into the room and walk straight across it and out the other door. He was sitting opposite where I sat when it happened, so I was in the path it walked. I told him that I'd seen it too, and we discussed that it might be a doctor walking his rounds that's still here, as it is an old hospital. It sounds insane, which is why I haven't told anyone about what I saw except my partner. I'm afraid people will think I'm crazy, but I have all x-rays and pictures of my scar to at least prove my neck was snapped, but I have no way to prove what I saw when it snapped. I still work at the same company, but since that month, I've been working from home, and I only go there if there are meetings and it's crowded. It all started in 2016 when I moved into an apartment in New Brunswick with my daughter, Hayley Ann, who was just 2 years old at the time. A few months after we settled in, I overheard her talking in her room. I went in and asked, "Who are you talking to?" She pointed to her bed and said, "It's Mackie. He's sitting there." I froze, unsure of how to respond, and simply walked away, trying to process what I had just heard. A few days later, while visiting my mum, I saw Hayley Ann playing on a little slide. I noticed her wave her hand as if to say, "No," but there was no one there. She came running over to me looking concerned and mentioned Mackie but didn't elaborate. Later that night, I asked her what Mackie looked like. She told me he was 4 years old and had boo-boos. When I asked for more details, she looked beside her and said, "He was sick. He has tubes coming from his arms." Then she ran off, leaving me quite unsettled. One night I heard her crying softly, saying, "Mackie, don't sing that song, it scares me." She woke up screaming, claiming that Mackie was on the wall crawling and that he was scaring her. The next morning, as I headed to the laundry room, I saw a dark shadow figure wearing a black hat that looked like a cowboy hat. I had reached my limit. My downstairs neighbor, who was Native American, kindly offered to smudge my apartment. After that, things quieted down. In 2020, I decided to move to another apartment just up the road. A few months after moving in, Hayley Ann discovered the bathroom, which had an old-style 3-panel mirror. She could open the side mirrors and talk to the reflection in middle one. When I asked her what she thought she was doing, she replied, "Talking to my friends in the mirror."
Sorry about that.
I thought it was a bit odd, but didn't think much of it at the time.
I was getting
However, she
food,
began spending more time in there, and one day I heard her say, "I can't wait for you to meet my baby sister when she comes. I will show her to you." At that point, I was pregnant with her sister Hazel. After hearing that, I decided she was no longer allowed to play in the bathroom. About a year later, I moved to a better place in Devon, and after 3 years of living there, the strange occurrences began once more. One day, my kids and I heard a woman singing, "You Are My Sunshine." It was unsettling when she started whispering it directly into my child's ear. It felt like something was mimicking us. One day, I distinctly heard my daughter screaming. I instinctively responded, but then it hit me. She was at a friend's house. One night, while sitting in my living room, my dog began to stare intently at the mirror. It was odd. He didn't even seem to be looking at his own reflection. I wonder what's going on here. Why am I plagued with all these paranormal happenings? And is there a way I can be rid of them? I'd like to preface this story with the fact that my mum passed away 6 months ago today. It was sudden, slightly unexpected, and happened only 2 weeks after my daughter was born. She was deeply paranoid about technology and was a lifetime pack-a-day smoker. The haunting started shortly after her drawn-out wake and burial. Little things, like the ladle flying out of the pancake bowl every time my son and I made pancakes.
How's your mum doing?
I easily brushed it off, but we just
That's good.
assumed she was saying hello.
Just sick right now.
Fast forward to a week or so
Yeah.
later, aside from the baby, the dog, and the cat, I'm home alone. I greet my husband and son at the door, and we all take the baby into her room. As I get ready to lay her down on the changing table, I notice a long piece of what appeared to be the type of dust that falls from the ceiling fan. As I lean to brush it off, I notice it's cigarette ash, and it looks like it's been freshly flicked off a cigarette. She was notorious for not flicking it until it was outlandishly long. Surprisingly, the thing that weirded us all out was the fact that the changing table sits where my mum's old bed was when my parents first moved into this house.
No.
We joke often that on another timeline she's still alive, sitting in her bed smoking cigarettes. However, starting in the middle of the night, last night and running into today, my Alexa and my Google Home kept randomly saying, "The light is off." When I first heard it, I thought maybe my son or husband was silencing an alarm and she just misheard them. Today it's just the sleeping baby and I in a completely silent kitchen, and it's still randomly happening. I checked the activity on both devices and there was nothing. I really wanted to tell you all because I enjoy these stories, especially when I'm missing my mum. She was such a huge paranormal fan, and my sisters and I have always said if she were to try and communicate, it would be through pranks and electronics. I'm glad that in some ways my mum is still with me. To preface this story, I had never heard of the Plaid Man before this happened to me. I'm not sure if this was a ghost or that specific if there is one, but for the story's sake, that's what I'll call him. Apparently there are people all over the place seeing a man in plaid entity. I'm not sure what this is. Is it one entity or multiple different ghosts who happen to be wearing a plaid shirt? Who knows? All I know is that this happened to me. We had just adopted our dog Odin from the pound the day before. I was standing in the living room facing the TV with the dog in front of me in a sitting position. I was test driving him, if you will, seeing if he knew any tricks. He did, but I digress. So I notice my dog looks to my left towards the bedroom door. My bedroom was about 7 to 10 steps behind me. I immediately, without thinking, followed his eyes and turned around to my left. As I'm turning, I see as plain as my hand in front of my face a man in a red and black plaid shirt with the sleeves cut off. I see his cheek from the back of his head along with his ear, his left shoulder from his sternum to his shoulder, and his entire Caucasian arm and hand. It happened so fast though. As I turned, I watched him slide behind the door like he was hiding from me. What? This man/entity/ghost thing was in full colour, and as solid as you or I. When I tell you I was frozen in terror, that is an understatement. I thought someone got into this apartment. I'm a small woman alone with a dog I just met. I don't know if this dog was going to help me. Hell, I didn't know if he would bite me, let alone protect me. I had just met the good one. So I'm petrified, and a million scenarios fill my mind. But I couldn't move. My legs literally lock up. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Finally, I said a rather timid, "Hello?" After another minute of listening to my heart drum, I said hello again. Then I slowly and reluctantly walked over to the bedroom door. I thought for sure I was about to get chopped up, abused, and probably have my life taken from me, in that order. Then, there was no one there. This scared me even more. I never thought to keep watching the dog to see his reaction or what he did afterwards, because I was just so afraid. Now I wish I would have paid more attention to him, but I couldn't at the time. I stood in the same position and turned around fast, trying to recreate it, thinking I had just imagined things. But no, my dog saw it too. But I was gaslighting the hell out of myself for a while.
Thank you!
It took me hours to calm down.
Thank you!
And I'm just glad it was a phantom. Has anyone else seen this guy? Back in the early 2000s, my friend and I were into ghost hunting for a few months. We would search out and go to the most haunted places we could find around our area. We went to many places, but only one yielded something that still creeps me out to this day. I'll start off by telling you how this house is haunted. This house was in Chino, California, now demolished, and in Chino there's also a men's prison. Back in the 80s, I believe, this guy escaped prison and found a home to hide out in. Back in the day, this was a rural community with mostly cows, houses few and far between, and the house he broke into had a family living inside. Mother, father, and 2 kids, a boy and a girl. He took the life of the boy and the girl in front of their parents, and then took their lives for good measure. He stayed there for a week or 2 before he left or got caught, I don't remember which. Fast forward to our ghost hunting trip. We eventually pull up to this house, of course in the middle of the night because why not? The house, even though this was years later, was still there all fenced up, boarded up windows and crime scene tape with signs saying keep out, and graffiti all over the house. Typical. My friends and I found our way through the fence and into the backyard area where a window had already had the boards removed and the window busted out. A few of us had self-defense tools in case we ran into unsavory people and a camera to take pictures. There were 5 of us. We went through the broken window one by one and waited for each other until we were all through. The inside of the house was completely empty, except for smashed family pictures still on the walls, and graffiti also adorned the inside of the house. The most creepy things were written on the walls and ceiling. Like, death is here, do not enter. The window we went through led us right to the middle of the living room, and right behind that was a kitchen. All the pantry doors were open, and as we walked through the house, we all formed a sort of conga line with me in the back. We walked around the living room first and then the kitchen. The entire time my buddy is taking random snapshots with his camera. The same camera we have been using for all our different haunted locations, mind you. As the lead person goes into the hallway, we stop and look into the hallway closet to confirm a part of the story. The escaped prisoner had gruesomely sliced at the little boy's throat in an attempt to end his life. Little did he know that the boy crawled into the hall closet and held it, keeping it from bleeding out while he watched the rest of his family lose their life. When I opened that closet door, I would say about 70% of that carpet on the floor was soaked with ancient blood. It was definitely true. We continued along the hallway and every room had a very creepy and eerie message that left my skin crawling. We finally made it to the master bedroom where the parents were tied up and made to watch the fate of their children. Again, the carpet had old blood spattered all over it, and the entire room just had this overall sense of darkness to it, like a cold pressure. It was off-putting to say the least. As you entered that room, there was a light switch to the right of the wall. Right next to it was the creepiest message of them all. It gave me the tingles. I don't remember exactly what it said, but something like that. Do not lock anyone alone in this room. Do not do it. This is not a joke. Please
Did you have a good day
don't.
at school?
Needless to say, that creeped us all out. It didn't take us too long to explore the entire house. It wasn't that big. And as we made our way out, I was still in the back of the
I
line,
left out kills on
and
your
my
bed.
buddy with the camera was taking the occasional photo.
I don't know where the others are.
In the
They're
middle
not
of
in
the
the
night,
DVD.
it's
I'll
still
try and look for
cold
them
and
earlier.
pitch black in this house, except for the one
can look
flashlight we
through all of
remembered to
them.
bring. Then just as we were leaving the hallway, I
kept
heard a
them all.
little
That's why
girl
all the
moan
DVDs are
clear
mixed
as
up.
day. It made the hair on the back of my
I
neck
also don't know where
stand
they
up,
are.
and again gave me that tingly
Stop watching
feeling.
now.
I
you want
specifically
to
remember
watch
this
that?
next part. I remember I was going to ask the person in front of me if
Alright.
they'd heard the little girl, but then I didn't say anything, because I didn't want to influence their
Yeah, that's
answer, so I just
sweeter
asked,
than usual, mister.
"Did you hear something?" The person in front of me turned their head,
Oh, that was
eyes
from
wide, and
when...
said,
Wait.
"I just heard a little girl."
Oh, yeah.
We both stood there in disbelief. There were no other houses
Logic, based on
around.
he
This
wouldn't
place was on
anyway.
acres of
He'd rather
farmland,
hang out with bitches
and we were
than
the only
check
ones in the
out
house.
with his kids.
It scared us half to
Okay,
death.
from America.
I don't know how to explain it, but it sounded sad, like with anguish, and came
Hold on,
from a
Mel.
deep, dark place. We ran out that place so fast, one of my friends got cut on the windowsill. The biggest dude in our group, who was about 6'2", couldn't make it back to the car because he was so terrified he couldn't move his legs. He was on the floor
What you
outside,
looking
bawling
for?
his eyes out. He was saying things like, "The devil's in that house."
Excuse me, I was only
One of the
asking, don't
girls
be
that
so
was with
cheeky.
us had to take him by the hand and comfort him before we could get up and get to the car. That was our last expedition
What?
to anywhere
Don't
haunted.
tell me, because I'll probably know
A few
where it
days
is.
later, my buddy uploaded these photos to
Well,
his
tell me what to
computer,
look for,
and as we
don't
went
tell
through
you.
them, we noticed all the pictures before and after the house were perfectly fine and
He
clear,
doesn't spend any
but the
time
ones from the Cooper house were filled with orbs. It's the craziest thing to see. I wish I had them, but it wasn't my camera, and
No,
this
no,
was
but
way
no,
before
don't tell.
smartphones. 15 years or so later, I randomly see a newspaper article on my mum's dinner table.
That
I
DVD
see
you'd
off the
watch?
side right off the front page that the
Do you want
escaped
to watch
convict was
Digimon?
finally being put
The
to
movie?
death, decades after everything happened.
Thing where
I thought
you
it was
have
weird
these
how that came
little
full
pets,
circle.
and you
I
put
never
them in
see
battles. It's
newspapers
kind of like
anymore, but there it
Pokemon, but
was.
see the
And from what I
Digimon,
understand,
they
the
can
young boy
talk,
whose throat was
and they
slit
Digivolve
ended
into
up in a
these big
mental
monsters.
institution for the rest of his life. And it still gives me tingles to this day just thinking about it.
How to get one more? I've got Digimon the DVD.
I'm from India, and about 4 to 6 years ago, something truly
I can
unsettling
give you the
happened to
DVD.
me.
Put it in the
It was
file
around
room.
2 a.m. when I woke
Yeah.
up
Want
for
me to
no
look for
apparent
Digimon the
reason.
movie?
Bear with you, maybe
The
brought
night
it
was
in help him.
silent, and then I heard the sound of someone running past my home,
It's
their
coming up next
leg
week.
bangles jingling with every step. The sound wasn't faint, it was vivid, as if they were right outside. Just a few moments later I heard it again,
I think
as
she's
though they
busy
had turned
now.
around
Now,
and come back the same way. This strange
my nephew
occurrence
wants to
didn't
say hi
happen
to
just
you.
once, but for an entire week, every night, at exactly 2 a.m.
Oh, don't
I
get
would
like you're
wake up to
shy.
hear the same sound. It was always the same pattern.
Where is
Running
it? I'm looking for
footsteps
it. Give us a
accompanied by
second.
the distinct jangle of the bangles, first
Wow.
passing my
Ooh,
house,
Sonic Underground.
then returning moments later, and every time
I know
I would
it's
be
not what you
frozen
want.
under my sheets, paralyzed with
That will
fear.
just may as well pull this
I
pile
wouldn't
out
dare
until we
move an
find the
inch,
Digimon.
afraid of what might happen if I
Digimon,
did.
Digimon,
I eventually told my
Digimon,
parents about
champions.
this, hoping they may have an explanation or take it seriously. But they dismissed my concerns, brushing it off as
No,
my
thank you, don't
imagination.
you worry, little
I
man.
felt helpless and
That will
unsure of what
find
to
it.
do. That weekend, however, something
If you watch
unexpected
that's a good one.
happened. My aunt visited and
What'd you
casually
find?
mentioned to my mum that she'd been hearing the same thing, the sound of
Nothing.
someone running with bangles jingling in the middle of the night. Hearing this sent chills down my spine. I wasn't the only one experiencing it. Then I remembered something that happened a few months prior. A newly married woman who lived next door had tragically taken her own life. From what we heard, it was due to the abuse and torment she faced at the hands of her mother-in-law. Before her passing, my parents would warn me to avoid standing near or entering her house, as they believed she practiced witchcraft or something similar, though they never elaborated much. At the time, I didn't think much of their warnings, but after connecting the dots, I began to wonder if her spirit was the one responsible for these strange occurrences. I find myself seated on my front porch, having a cigarette, and unable to summon the courage to re-enter my own home. The reason is deeply unsettling. I believe there is someone or something inside. You see, a little over 2 months ago, I moved into this house. It seemed like the perfect opportunity for a new beginning, a new place where I could settle into a quiet life. The first few weeks passed without incident, and I gradually grew comfortable in my new surroundings. However, recent events have made me question the safety of my own space, and perhaps even my sanity. It all began one evening not long ago. I was laying in bed, casually browsing on the web on my phone, with no thought of anything unusual.
Yeah.
Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed
No, all
something,
right, no,
a slight movement in the direction of my walk-in closet. I turned my head instinctively, and what I saw chilled me to my core. Standing inside my dressing room was a human-shaped figure. It wasn't a vague shadow or a trick of the
Well, I'll let
light.
you know when I find
I
it, alright?
distinctly saw the outline of a person, arms, legs, a head, standing still and facing me. Their form was unmistakably humanoid, and they were
No,
looking
you
right at me. In that instant, I was overcome with sheer panic. My heart raced. My body reacted before my mind could fully process what was happening, and I threw myself out of bed, ran out the room, and slammed the door shut behind me. Adrenaline surged through me as I dashed into the kitchen, grabbing the largest knife I could find. I was terrified, but I wasn't going to sit idly by. I shouted, my voice trembling with fear and anger. I threatened to call the police, warned whoever was inside that I was armed, and demanded they show themselves.
Go get pants.
Yet despite my frantic yelling, there was no response. Silence filled the house, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. After a minute or so, I realized in my rush I had left my phone behind in the bedroom. I needed to call 911, but going back seemed like the last thing I wanted to do. Slowly, cautiously, I crept back into the bedroom, knife in hand. I cracked open the door just enough to peek inside. My heart pounded in my ears as I scanned the room and looked towards the closet. There was nothing. The room was empty, and so was the dressing area. It was as if the figure had never been there at all. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a fleeting glance or a vague shadow in the dark. There was someone or something standing in my closet, looking right at me. It was a clear, defined form, but now it had vanished without a trace. I was left standing there holding a knife, torn between disbelief and lingering terror. After calming myself down, I cautiously returned to the house. I had no other choice. Since that night, I've tried to rationalize what happened, but nothing made sense. Following the advice of a few people I shared the story with, I decided to confront the issue directly. Feeling ridiculous, I stood in front of the closet and spoke loudly and firmly to the empty space. I commanded whatever entity or presence might be there to leave. I don't know if I expected a response, but none came. Still, I felt slightly more at ease, though far from reassured. Not long after this, I uncovered some information that only heightened my unease. I learned that the previous owners of this house had tragically taken their own life. I was unable to find out much more, whether they had perished inside the house, or they were male or female. But knowing this sent a chill through me. Was there a connection between their passing and the figure I had seen? I couldn't be sure, but the knowledge hasn't helped me feel any safer. As of now, nothing else has happened, but I still remain on edge, waiting for something to occur. I've heard nothing, but the memory of that night lingers in my mind like a shadow I can't shake. Should anything happen again, I'll make sure to let you all know. But for now, all I can do is wait, and hope that whatever it was is gone for good. This happened a few years ago. I would have been around 19 at the time, and living with my best friend / roommate, who, for as long as I can remember, has had a ghost following her. Now, hear me out. It has messed with me in the past, but never anything like this. Just doing stuff to scare me, but that's another story. So one night we decide to get drunk and watch ghost movies. About halfway through our second, we got the bright idea to start antagonizing her ghost. Super smart, I know. And we start saying all kinds of silly stuff like, I bet you don't have the ghost balls to do this. I bet you aren't even real. After the movies, we go to bed and forget about that until the next night. It's 11 p.m. and she's at work and I'm home. She has an 150-pound Anatolian shepherd, and I hear him freak out, full-on terrified, screaming. I rush out of my room to see him pinned between the open laundry room doors and her metal bar chains. I start freaking out, trying to figure out how he got stuck, because I know for a fact I closed the door after I was done, because if I didn't, our cats would get stuck behind the washer, and he never messed with the chairs. After I get him unstuck, he starts growling at the corner of the dining room, teeth bared, hackles raised, and he pushes me down the hallway away from the room. He won't let me pass him, but I have to go check the doors to make sure they're locked, so I put him in my room at the end of the hallway, which he wasn't happy about, and go to check the doors, and sure enough, they're all locked with the deadbolts in place. As I'm walking back to my room, I get a notification on my phone from our Ring camera, telling me there's someone at the door. I open the app but don't see anyone. I only hear clicking like someone is tapping on the microphone. I look out the window and don't see anyone. And when I walk away, I get another notification and hear tapping noises. This happens multiple times and I'm just standing there staring at my phone, wondering what's going on. Then it clicks. It has to be the ghost. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do, because how do you protect yourself from a pissed off and antagonized phantom? At this point I'm terrified. I'm home alone with her still in training guard dog, and can't get a hold of her because she can't have her phone on while at work and won't be home long after 2 a.m. So I rush back to my room and hide with her dog until she got home. After she did, I'm feeling pretty shaken, so I invite her to go over to the room so that we can chat, as I didn't want to be anywhere near the dining room and kitchen area. Her alarm clock is thrown from the other side of the window directly at her feet when we get to her room. She looks at me like WTF, so instead we go to my room and I tell her everything that happened. She ended up staying in my room that night, although I didn't get much sleep, because I 100% believed it would invade my dreams. The next day we did a cleansing and heavily apologized. On Friday the 21st of June, my great-grandmother passed away at the age of 81 from Alzheimer's. The following Thursday, 27th, we held her funeral at her church. She was a devoted Catholic. I am not. After the service, we walked to the cemetery for her burial. While we were walking back to the church, I asked my mum if we knew anyone else buried there. She listed a few names. As we continued walking, my sister-in-law and I ended up next to an older lady, maybe in her late 70s or early 80s. She asked if I was one of my grandma's grandchildren, and I explained that I was actually her great-grandchild. She then told me she was my grandma's cousin. She didn't share her name, but we spoke about how big the family was and how I hadn't met some of the people at the funeral. Later, I told my mum about the conversation. She seemed confused and said my gram didn't have any cousins. She had one brother who never had kids and a sister who passed away years ago without children. There was also no extended family from that side. I suggested perhaps it was a distant cousin, but she said if that were the case, they'd be much older. I told her I'd point to the lady if I saw her again. At the wake held at the local club, I pointed her out to my mum. Strangely, my mum said she couldn't see who I was talking about. My sister-in-law saw her though. The lady was short, about shoulder height, and I'm 5'5", and wore a blue patterned shirt, a black cardigan and black pants and shoes, with grey hair and glasses. My mum insisted she couldn't see anyone matching that description. I went to ask my nan, my great-grandma's daughter, if she knew who the lady might be. She said she didn't see anyone either. When I asked if my gran had cousins, she said not that she knew of, though it might be possible there were distant ones that she wasn't aware of. A few minutes later, I realized the lady had disappeared. My sister-in-law and I didn't see her again until we were leaving. As we walked out, my sister-in-law spotted her again, but as I looked, the lady went behind a wall. We waited for her to reappear from the other side, but she never did. Confused, we drove past the wall to see if she had gone somewhere else, but there was nowhere else to go. My sister-in-law and I looked at each other and just burst out laughing. It was such a surreal moment. I don't really know how to end this, but it was one of the most strangest experiences I've ever had. I grew up in a lovely home in a small town in the very south of Washington State, near the Columbia River Gorge. Well, lovely is in the look of it. Truly, I wonder if there was some sort of portal or something there, because we had so many crazy paranormal events happen. Pretty much anything you can think of happened. I'd hear my mum call for me, but I was home alone, or she never did call for me. Footsteps walking up the stairs and down the hall, while everyone else was in bed. Shadow people, you name it. Some events were more terrifying than others, however. There was this one girl we affectionately called Ice Cream Girl, and how she got the name I couldn't tell you honestly. She was a ghost around 10 years old, with long, straight brown hair, a blue skirt just like the one I wore, and a white shirt. She had the strongest, most uncomfortable feel to her. You'd know she was there before you saw her, and you'd get the hairs on your neck and a chill down your spine, and the worst someone's watching me feeling ever. She especially liked lurking in my mother's closet, or by her dresser, or in the living room in the darker hours as you tried to race up the stairs to get away. Luckily, she wasn't much of a threat, but was super uncomfortable to be around. Another odd event is when I was 15 years old, and when everyone was gone at work or out doing other things, I'd hear footsteps downstairs. It first started actually as I heard the front door handle jiggle, like you're trying to open it repeatedly. I saw no cars in the driveway and creeped down the hall to spy. For context, there was a window directly next to the front door, and from the hallway I could look down and out that window, so that's what I was aiming to do. As soon as it got in view, the noise stopped, and no one was there. The next day it sounded like footsteps. Again, no one was home, and I went downstairs into the kitchen to go looking, since that's where I heard them, by the garage door in the kitchen. The floor there made a particular creaky pop, so it was easy to know where it was. As soon as I was rounding the corner, the steps stopped, but then it started to come towards me. I bolted upstairs, shut my door, and didn't come out until my mum got home later. Then, maybe 2 days later, I heard the garbage door slam shut, and again those footsteps by the door. I wasn't in a sociable mood and ignored it, thinking my stepdad got home. That is about 10 minutes later, I heard his truck pull up in the driveway. It went on like that for about a month until it suddenly stopped. I also have a very vivid memory of what I called a black panther in our home when I was a small child. I was about 5 and woke up early feeling very hungry. I don't remember the exact time, but it was around 4 or 5 a.m. and still dark out. I got my little self out of bed and opened my bedroom door and saw my mum was already up. I could see the glow of the kitchen light on at the end of the hallway and her voice in the kitchen talking to my grandma who was staying with us at the time. So I wandered down the hall to go ask for some toast, my favorite breakfast food at the time. The moment I took my first step down the stairs, I got a horrible feeling of someone or something behind me. I froze and then turned around to face the guest bedroom. In it was this black giant cat, the Black Panther, with 2 yellow glowing eyes and no pupils staring back at me. I froze solid, scared and unsure of what to do. I contemplated running down to the safety of my mum and getting my delicious toast, but was certain that if I did that, this big cat would chase me and hurt me, because I could get to her. I slowly stepped back up off the stair step, and it blinked at me but otherwise did not move. I made up my mind and bolted for the bedroom and shut the door quickly behind me. I sighed with relief having made it safely, and got on the ground to peek out of the little gap between the door and floor. I was relieved to see it did not follow. That was until I saw its big, black head peek out around the corner of the guest room and its paw stepped out. I knew somehow that it could see me staring at it, and I ran into the bedroom and hid under the covers. Later that day, my mum asked me and my brother who ran down the hall early that morning, and I recounted my horrible story of the panther, and even took my mum upstairs to show where I had seen it, and how it peeked around the corner at me. She reassured me that it might be our pet cat Cosmo, to which I replied that it simply couldn't be. It had no pupils, it was much bigger than our cat, and the face structure was all wrong. I knew what I saw, but I'm not sure she entirely believed me. My brother suggested it was my grandma's suitcase that was black with a yellow tag, and near the location that I saw this cat at. The tag was not reflective nor the right shape, and it had 2 eyes, not 1. Plus, that wouldn't explain me seeing it peek around the corner or its body shape. I could also see it was to the side of the suitcase when it stood there. Still a mystery to this day. My 2.5-year-old son keeps mentioning that he sees a ghost, and it's been almost daily, every night for the last 2 weeks in our new house. My fiancée is 26 and so am I. The first time this happened was on the first night after moving to our new house in Illinois. We moved only about 10 minutes away from our previous home. The house was built in 2008, and as far as everyone's aware, there have been no deaths here. He also never said this at our old place before we moved here. I was putting my little man down in his crib for the night, and like I've done every single night for over a year, I said goodnight to all of his stuffed toys in the room, and then to him and kissed him on his hand, something he's had me do for a long time now. As I walked to the door to leave the room, I walked outside of his room, turned around and looked at him with the door opened and said, "Good night, love you son," like I do every night. Now instead of him saying, "Night night, love you too," like he always does, he was simply lying on his back, pointing to the corner of his room, and then he said very clearly, "Ghost." I was like, did I hear that right? So I asked, "What did you say, bud?" And he replied, "Ghost. In my room." He didn't seem scared or shocked, but to be honest, I was a little weirded out and said, "You're okay, bud? Where?" He pointed to the corner again and said ghost. I told him not to worry about it and try and get some sleep, and said goodnight and told him I loved him again. Then he repeated it, "Ghost," and looked at me and said, "I love you, Dada," and then I closed the door. Before I go on, I just want to say I have never talked about or mentioned anything about ghosts with him around. There isn't one situation I can think of that we have talked about ghosts with him, and even if we did, he's 2.5 years old. Not only that, we haven't even had the death talk with him yet, and I don't think he would just be saying that to try and freak me out. The next day, I asked him if he remembered what he said to me the last night around dinner time at grandparents' place, and he clearly said, "Ghost in my bed?" Well, we all kind of laughed it off, because we all thought maybe he heard it during daycare, during this past Halloween or something. I mean, we really have no idea where he learnt about that. Last night he did it too. Pretty much every single night we've been here. Now, to be honest, I get no feeling of bad energy whatsoever from this place, and no one either in my fiancé's or my family have passed too recently. Does anyone have any experience with this kind of situation? Or might I just be looking into it a bit too much? I would love to hear what you all have to say. I have never seen a ghost, but my younger sister has. We used to live above this pub when we were little, and my dad worked there. The pub was about 200 years old at the time, and paranormal investigators were hired and everything. Well, one time my sister was sitting on the floor in the main pub, and just before opening, staring up at the wall and having a conversation with herself. My dad asked her who she was talking to, and she replied, "The man with the big smiley face." We later found out she was talking to the previous landlord, when the pub was built back in the mid-1800s, and he had died there. My personal experience was in school, and I was around 7 or 8 at the time. We were making Christmas cards and would take photos of us holding our cards and glue it to our art books. There was my classroom, a middle room, and another classroom on the other side. This middle room was separating the 2 classrooms. Each of us went into the middle room, had our photos taken and came back. Now, I'm not sure how long after it was until we opened our art books again. It could have been after Christmas or just before, I don't recall. But eventually we opened them up again, and we're all talking about our pictures. However, when I was looking at one of my own, I noticed something behind me. It was a transparent girl floating with her back to me, her hair above shoulder length, and a dress which I assume would have been around knee length, with puffy sleeves, and she had no arms or legs. It really freaked me out, so I went to my teacher and asked her if she saw it.
Jump back.
"Oh, it's probably the reflection from another classroom," she told me. But the classroom next door was watching Arthur Christmas when the photo was taken. It was just his face slightly blurred and zoomed in. This reflection also couldn't have been me, as my hair was in a ponytail, and I wasn't floating with no limbs. I then went to find the art book at the end of the year, as we had to collect them. I was looking through my book to find this photo to show my parents, but the photo wasn't there. No pages had been ripped out, it was just gone. Only a few of my friends remembered my photo, and their photos were in the book, but where was mine? Like I said, I'm not sure what to consider this, but it still creeps me out to this day. Does anyone know what might have happened? A few months ago, my daughter, who is about to turn 3, started talking about ghosts. At first, I didn't really pay any mind, since she likes Halloween decorations and would always point out the ghosts or pumpkins or witches when she saw them. Then, she began to talk about ghosts without referring to any decor or anything she could visibly point out. Still, I didn't think much of it. About a month or so goes by. She began getting more specific about the ghosts she saw. First, it was a baby ghost that she saw at my mother-in-law's sister's house. She kept pointing at the door at the top of the stairs and insisting there was a baby ghost, which freaked out my mother-in-law's sister because that had been the room she had a miscarriage in about 20 years prior. Then things got weirder. My cousin Randall passed away suddenly when my daughter was only 12 days old and she never met him. We don't talk about him much, and I don't have any photos of him around for her to see. And it's not a name she picked up randomly or on TV or anything. Well, about 2 weeks ago she was rambling on about ghosts in her closet and scaring them away while I was doing laundry. I wasn't paying much attention until she started pointing over at the window and saying, "Look, it's Randall." Immediately I asked her why she said that, and she said his name again. I started trying to ask her more questions regarding Randall, and she was on the next topic, and didn't mention it again after that. A few days later, my mother-in-law had told me that while babysitting that day, my daughter told her that she was playing peekaboo with a ghost. My mother-in-law asked if the ghost had a name, and she said it was Randall. I decided to show her a photo of him to see what she had to say, and she was very afraid of him. I thought maybe she was just cranky, so I showed her a photo of one of our dogs, and immediately she perked up and began smiling. I showed her a different photo of him and she began to freak out. After telling a friend of mine, she asked if I had tried showing her a photo of him as a child. So I pulled one up of him about 12 and showed it to my daughter, and she didn't say anything but giggled and walked away. After that, I decided to show one of his old shirts that I have, and immediately she grabbed it out of my hands with excitement and said, "Peekaboo, I see you." I wonder if she's seeing Randall or not. I guess I'll never know. I worked at a rock bar in Scotland for a few years when I was in my early 20s. I experienced paranormal encounters in both the bar I worked in and also the bar's sister establishment. One quiet night I was standing chatting to some regulars when I saw my supervisor, a small, pale, long, black-haired woman, run past the bar. Not even 30 seconds later, she walked up behind me. I asked her why she'd run past the bar. She claimed to have only gotten back. The bar was based in an old town house, so there was a dumbwaiter installed. When I first started, I walked into the kitchen to let the chefs know there was a check on. I saw a man in overalls run away and past the dumbwaiter. Thinking someone was playing a joke, I walked around to catch them, but there was only a brick wall. We are also very sure that the women's bathroom is haunted, but it didn't feel like a negative presence, as years before I worked there had been overdoses in that same stall. Stalls would be locked, but no one would be inside, and there was a feeling of being watched, and the taps, which you had to press down hard, would come on when no one was there. Finally, my scariest experience was in the bar's sister establishment, aka a rock dive bar. I had never been in it until I was covering a shift there. I went to the cellar to change a keg, and had the scariest feeling. My hands were shaking so much I couldn't change the keg, so I swapped with my colleague and took some bin bags out instead. I stood and had a cigarette but couldn't shake the feeling. In this area, unfortunately, years before, a lot of sex workers had lost their lives. I went back inside. When pulling a pint, I noticed I had 3 long, bloody scratch marks down my arm that I should have felt happen, but didn't. Some things I just can't explain away. A little over 4 years ago, my boyfriend and I moved to Greensboro, Georgia, as he was transferred for work. It was supposed to be permanent, but we ended up staying only 3 months or so, and then moved to Statesboro, Georgia, a better location. So he went ahead of me a week early, and they put him up in a hotel. A very old hotel. Yeah, it was pretty crappy, but it was the closest one. So I made the 3.5-hour drive to get there after work and arrive around 1 a.m. He opens the door half asleep and tells me he's sorry, but he has to go back to sleep. That's fine, I can entertain myself. I lay in bed on my left side while my chest and head are facing towards the TV. I am on the left side of the bed, and his snores are so loud it sounds like he's sawing logs to my right. Well, as I lay there flipping through the channels, I keep seeing something move from the corner of my eye. In the little dark hallway leading to the door, honestly, I kept thinking it was my hair, but it wasn't. All of a sudden, a translucent bluish-white head pops out without a body, about 6 feet off the ground. It floats right across the room and vanishes right into the wall. I watched it cross the entire room. While I tell you this was a head, it was a man's head. I could make out the hairline, hair, and the ears, but the face was somewhat blurred. It looked like it had a little old-timey man's ponytail. I could see where the eyes and nose and mouth were, but not in complete detail. It was looking straight ahead at the wall. Thank God he wasn't looking at me. It was in my sight for a good 5 seconds, so there was absolutely no mistaking it. The strangest part was, as soon as it disappeared into the wall, it felt like someone jumped onto the bed. I mean, the second it went into the wall, the whole entire bed bounced. My thighs clapped together and my boyfriend jerked awake and was like, "What the hell?" No lie. It felt like someone ran and jumped onto the bed. I wasn't scared at all, but I had an adrenaline rush and could not go back to sleep for hours. I moved in with my partner a little over a year ago, and ever since, strange and unsettling things have been happening in the house. I've had experiences with the paranormal my entire life. Disembodied voices, unexplained footsteps, and even seeing the ghost of a little girl in one of the houses I grew up in. But this feels different. It's unlike anything I've ever encountered before. Since moving in, there have been times when I'm home alone with just the kids, and I'll hear my partner calling my name from one of the back rooms. The voice sounds exactly like his, down to the tone and cadence, but I know he's at work. It's not just him, though. Whatever this is has mimicked my sister-in-law's voice, my 4-year-old son's voice, and even my 6-month-old's cry. It always comes from a back room in the house, most often my 4-year-old's room. Doors will open and close on their own, and the ceiling fan in my bedroom sometimes starts to move even when it's been off all day. But the most unsettling experience happened in my bed. I felt something sit at the foot of my bed, so clearly that I can see the mattress indent under the weight. I've also felt what feels like a solid human hand touch my feet and legs. It's not a faint brush or a fleeting sensation. It feels deliberate and real. Yet when I look, no one's there. The entire house feels heavy, like the air is thick and oppressive. It's hard to explain, but it's as if the house itself is weighed down by something unseen. This heaviness sets apart from any other paranormal experience I've had. Does anyone know what it could be, and why it feels so strange? This story happened in '97 in Paris, France, when I was working for a French-Mexican family as an au pair. The French father's grandfather had been in World War II, and as he told me, unlike to joke with the nannies, telling them that his grandfather always came around to scare them. So was a joke I would say, "As for me, I don't want him scaring me. He can be around, but he better not communicate." Well, one day I was in the apartment. The family had gone to a small town, as they did every weekend, and the apartment was very old, located in the center of Paris, about 4 blocks from Notre Dame. It was night, and I went to the girl's room. The floors were made of wood that creaked with every step, and I lay down on my side facing the wall. At the head of the bed was a closet with wooden doors. I was dozing off until I heard the closet door open, and I opened my eyes and thought, maybe it's coming from upstairs. I closed my eyes but stayed alert and heard some footsteps that made the floor creak. I stayed completely still, listening, trying to figure out if the sound was coming from inside, outside, or upstairs. Then I felt the edge of the bed sink. I was lying on my back to that part. I felt the sink as if someone had sat down there. I got very, very scared and thought, no, right? I don't want to have a close encounter of the third kind or whatever it's called for ghosts. I started to say the Lord's Prayer, not wanting to turn around because I was so afraid. I didn't want to see anything. Then I felt that something got up and heard the floor creak again, as if it was heading towards the window. We lived on the 4th floor with a small balcony. I heard the steps going in that direction and started to turn very slowly to look. And just when I turned completely, I saw the curtains on the window were moving, but the balcony was closed because it was nighttime and I was asleep. After that, I was never scared again. Sometimes I could feel the presence of the gentleman, but I'd tell him, all is calm, okay? You can be around, I won't bother you. And the little dog, who was a bit grumpy with me, would seem calmer, and he'd leave me alone. Years ago, my sister was visiting my aunt's house in Tijuana with my nephew. For some reason, he wouldn't stop crying the whole time they were there. My sister's husband then had the idea to take a picture of him, but after he snapped the photo, he got very spooked and started taking pictures around the room. Everyone was asking, "What are you doing?" And then he showed us the picture. It showed my sister sitting on the bed with my nephew sitting on his lap. Right above them you can see the figure of another child standing by the bed. The strange thing is my nephew was the only child in the house that day. The other kids were teenagers and weren't even in that room except for my cousin, who was at the bottom corner watching TV. We're convinced it was a paranormal entity and that it's somehow connected to the bed they're sitting on. Was that the reason my nephew was crying? We're convinced it was. I've always believed in ghosts and the paranormal. I've never been able to see spirits, but I can feel their presence. When my son, who is autistic, was 3, we lived with his dad's sister in a rather large house. I don't know how old the house was, but one day my son and I were home alone and were playing in our room. I was grabbing him by the ankles and flipping him over on the bed. We've been doing this for a while, when all of a sudden my son starts looking past me to the corner of the room, and he looks terrified. I should also mention that he was completely nonverbal until 6. He grabs the blanket and throws it over his head. I pull the blanket off his head and say, "What are you doing, silly?" Still looking past me, and still looking terrified, he puts the blanket back over his head. I pull it off again and ask him what's wrong. He points behind me. I turn around but don't see anything, so I tell him, "Mummy doesn't see anything." He then looks even more scared and puts the blanket back on his head. Again I pull it off and this time ask him what he sees. He makes a motion like to demonstrate someone hanging and making a face with his tongue hanging out. This time I don't let him put the blanket back over his head. I tell him to wait a minute. I turn around in the direction he's been looking and say out loud, "Look, I understand you're probably trying to communicate with my son because you realize he can see you. But he knows I can't see you, so you're scaring him, and he's autistic. I need you to leave." I watch my son's gaze follow from that corner of the room all the way to the door. Then he looks back at me with a smile, claps his hands, and is ready to play again. If I hadn't been a believer before that day, I definitely would have been after that. Good evening all, and welcome. Tonight I have a chilling collection of paranormal stories for you to listen to, including one of a past life, which I personally find very interesting, and I hope that you enjoy. Give me your thoughts in the comments, but for now it's time to get comfortable, and let the darkness take control. I've heard many times that children are more susceptible to seeing things that adults don't. Maybe because they're more close to the veil, like old people, but the other way round. I'm 29 now, so my experience happened 28 years ago, and obviously I have no memory of it myself, but I've been told about it by the people who were in the house that day. In the year of 1996, my 24-year-old uncle died of an overdose just after my first birthday. At the time, my mum and I were living about 2 hours from my grandparents, and one of my aunties was living with us. My grandparents were obviously suffering with immense grief, but also they'd never been great with paperwork and making important arrangements, so it fell onto my mum to get on with everything. As my uncle died in Holland and we're from another country, there was a lot to do. Post-mortems to be done, there and here, getting his body repatriated, speaking to the embassy, then the coroner, getting the funeral arranged. So much to do, we essentially spent most of our time back in our childhood home for a month or so. I have been told so many times that I was what got my grandparents through it all. While my mum was doing everything else, they doted on me. But one night close to the funeral, I was put to bed a little earlier than usual while the adults downstairs had a drink together and reminisced about my uncle. I was a spoiled brat. I hated the fact that I was alone upstairs this one time and screamed to be let downstairs. Well, I screamed. I was only 1 year old, so I don't think it was clear exactly what I was screaming about. People checked on me every now and again, and every time they went downstairs, they told my mum how it was a mistake getting rid of my dummies, or pacifiers if you're in the States. She hated them, and I'd stopped using them just before my birthday, but she had brought some with her for emergencies in the car, and they were locked up in the boot trunk. At some point, my nana got teary-eyed and said, "I just love that sound." Everyone noticed I'd stopped crying and was now giggling. My mum went to check on me, and I've asked her exactly what she saw. So these are her words. I was sat up, entirely awake past my bedtime, with the sweetest smile on my face and a look of total amusement, rosy red cheeks and a dummy in your mouth. This didn't bother me, because you clearly needed it to feel relaxed. I walked up to you, and you know how close we were. You lit up whenever I came into a room, but you didn't look at me at all. You were transfixed on the spot next to the window where I hadn't noticed that all your uncle's rugby trophies were just lined up on the floor. It gave me chills because I'd checked on you not long ago and knew they'd been on the windowsill, but I rationalized that whoever had been up there after me had moved them to the floor, even though I couldn't think why. After a while, I managed to get your attention enough, and you went straight to sleep with a little smile on your face. After she went back downstairs, she asked why whoever had been in the car for the pacifier hadn't got the extra wine out because they'd been talking about doing so. Every person, my 2 aunties, my nana, my granddad, all said they hadn't been to the car at all. In fact, one of my aunties said she'd been looking for the car keys so that she could go. My mum said someone must have had too much to drink because I had a dummy in my mouth and she hadn't put it there. My granddad sort of leapt up and started looking around the house, thinking some dummy gift burglar must be in there. But there wasn't. The keys were also nowhere to be found. He asked why the trophies were on the floor, and this reminded my mum about them. My nana said she'd shown them to me this morning, but that they'd been put straight back on the windowsill. After looking for the car keys for ages that night, they weren't found until the next day, when my auntie was putting stuff away in a drawer in the bedroom I was staying in, which may be obvious at this point, had been my uncle's childhood bedroom. There's no reason for them to have been there. My mum always kept them in her bag. A while after the funeral, my mum asked everyone what they thought had happened that night. My nana, being the person who wanted this to be true the most, said Sam must have heard me crying, came to comfort me, got a pacifier and showed me the sparkly trophies. My mum must have walked into the room while he was still there, standing next to the window. My mum later asked everyone if they were just going to go along with it for my nana's sake, and they all emphatically said they had no explanation for what happened. Do you have similar experiences from your childhood? Or just your opinions on children being sensitive to these things? I would love to know. About 11 years ago when I was 20, I had a friend whose girlfriend had a friend, They invited us to her house for a night. I guess an attempt at hooking me up with his girlfriend's friend sort of thing. The three of us decided to go to this girl's house, the friend of my friend's girlfriend, for a night of chilling and movies. Shortly after the awkward introduction, we get on with the night. Later in the night, my friend ran out of rolling paper for his tobacco, and he and his girlfriend went to the shop, leaving me and this other girl at her house watching a movie. During the movie, we somehow started talking about the paranormal. She was asking me if I believed in ghosts, and telling me that this house was haunted, and that things get moved and that she heard noises, in particular this corner of her bedroom. Now bear in mind I don't believe in the paranormal, and I was actually legit trying to watch the movie. I didn't really want to talk about what I thought was nonsense. The night goes on, my friend and his girl get back and we end up going to bed around 3 a.m. The house she lived in was an old Victorian build converted into an upstairs and downstairs for two different tenants. So when you walk into her front door, you're immediately looking down a long straight hallway leading to a kitchen and a bathroom at the end, with the door immediately to your right, the living room, and another door a few feet ahead of you, also on the right, which was her bedroom. I have to mention this because the layout is important to explain what happened. I'm in bed with this girl in her room, and my friend is with his girlfriend, and they're sleeping in the other room. Shortly after going to bed, we heard my friend and his girlfriend being loud and talking, and it was keeping us awake. So I get up and leave the room, immediately turning left towards the front door of the house and the door to the living room. I enter the room and my friend's girlfriend is standing up, and ironically, it looks like she's seen a ghost. "What are you guys doing? It's past 3 a.m. We're trying to sleep. Can you keep it down?" I say. She interrupts me and says, "There's someone in the house." I pause and look at my friend. "Tell your girl to stop messing with us, bro." "Nah, bro, for real, look down the hall." At this point, I'm kind of interested but skeptical, so I continue to open the door and walk out of the hallway and turn right. I look down the hallway into the kitchen and bathroom, and there's what appears to be a solid black figure of what looks like a large man standing with his arms by his side looking directly down the hallway towards us. The moment I saw this figure, I immediately froze, and every muscle in my body tensed up. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. I told myself in my head that someone broke into the house, and it's just a person. Even though I knew it wasn't, it was just a black figure. I gathered myself enough to shout something along the lines of, "Get out of this house," hoping the person would react. But they didn't move an inch. Even though I was about 35 or so feet away down this hallway, standing in the entrance of the bathroom, I felt like this thing was staring directly at me. The moment I could move, I jumped back into the living room and told my friend and his girlfriend how her friend, the girls whose house it was, who was sleeping in the next room, was telling me how the house was haunted. I said to just ignore it and go to sleep. I mustered up the courage to step back out into the hallway and walk 5 feet towards this thing to go back into the other room and go to sleep. I counted to 3, walked out, didn't even look up, and bolted into the room as fast as I could. All I remember was crawling back into bed and telling this girl whose house it was what had happened. She didn't even seem that surprised, but was still somewhat shocked. I suggested we ignore it and go to sleep. Here's the weird part. Sometime later, I got woken up by the girl who sat up in bed saying my name and asking if I'm alright. I come to and ask what she's talking about. "You've just woken me up asking if I'm alright. What do you mean?" She says that I was standing in the corner of her room facing the wall, just standing there. I told her, no I wasn't, I'm laying here, trying to make sense of what she's telling me. And all I remember is calling back into the back and she's freaking out and saying my name. So I was standing in the corner. I just put it down as some sleepwalking or something, but I have never slept-walked in my life before or since. I really can't make sense of what had happened that day. As I mentioned, I don't believe in the paranormal and think it's nonsense, but this has really given me a run for my money. When I was 10, my family moved into an older house built around the 1950s or 60s. It had an odd layout. Walking in from the entryway, you could access the garage, living room, kitchenette, and laundry area, all within a fairly small space. Because of this setup, sound carried easily. From the garage, you could hear the front door open and people talking. At 14, I had a daily routine. Take the bus home from school, let the dogs out, do my chores, and start my homework. I had the house to myself for about an hour and a half before my mum came home from work and my sister returned from her classes. One particular day, I needed to take out the recycling, which meant going into the garage, something I never liked doing. The space unsettled me, so I'd rush through my tasks and get out as quickly as possible. As I was sorting the recycling, I clearly heard the front door open and shut, followed by a distinct familiar voice. "Hey, Annie." It was my sister's voice. Without thinking, I casually responded, "Oh, hey, Jane," and continued with what I was doing. A few moments later, I stepped into the entryway and called out, "How was class?" Silence. Again. "Hey, how was class?" Still nothing. I walked through the house, checking every room, but no one was there. The front door was still locked. The back door too. I glanced at the time and felt my stomach drop. My sister wasn't due home for another 45 minutes. She was always punctual, arriving at the same time every weekday. I was alone, just me and the dogs. A chill ran through me as I muttered, "Okay, I'm gonna go outside now." I grabbed the dogs and sat in the backyard, refusing to leave until my mum and sister got home. Years later, I mentioned this to my stepbrother, and without prompting, he said, "Oh yeah, that house was haunted." He told me he constantly felt watched, especially in certain areas of the house. We had never discussed this before, yet I always felt an unease, particularly when sleeping on the upper level alone. There was just something off about it. When I finally told my mum this story last year, she was stunned. She turned to my stepdad, who had a similar reaction. Even my sister, the one whose voice I heard, found it unsettling. We all loved that house, but looking back, there was certainly something strange about it. This second experience happened 6 years ago during a trip to the city I now call home. It's a place rich with history, beautiful architecture, and well known as one of the most haunted cities in my province. Practically everyone who has lived here for any period of time has a ghost story. On this trip, my mum and sister surprised me with a ghost walk through the city, an exciting gift given my lifelong love for the paranormal. It was late at night, well past closing time for the shops in the area, and at one of the stops our group stood in the loading area of the store while the host told us a particular ghost story. She was in the middle of transitioning to a different tale when out of nowhere, a loud, sharp slam echoed through the alley. It sounded like an open-palmed hand hitting the inside of a door. Everyone jumped, followed by nervous laughter. I turned to my mum, but she insisted she hadn't heard anything. Yet the entire group had visibly reacted. Even the tour guide, who had likely done this tour dozens of times, looked genuinely stunned, and we were all speechless. Could it have been a prank? Sure. But in that eerie silence, the timing felt just a little too perfect. The first time I saw the Shadow Man, I was 12 years old. I was sleeping in my room, which had 2 twin beds. My little brother was asleep in one of them, and I was in the other. I woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling of something watching me. When I looked around the room, I saw him, a tall, dark figure standing at the foot of my bed just staring at me. He had no features, no face, just a silhouette. I blinked, thinking I was imagining it, but he didn't disappear. He stayed there motionless, just staring. I wanted to scream, but my body wouldn't move. I couldn't make a sound. It felt like hours before I finally fell back to sleep. The next morning I convinced myself it was just a dream, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Years later I was living in a different house and the experience started up again. This time I wasn't alone. My older brother and I were sharing a room, and one night we both woke up at the same time. Standing in the corner of the room was a shadow man, just like before. We stared at him for what felt like an eternity. My brother tried speaking to it, asking, "Who are you?" But the figure didn't respond. It stood there watching us. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. My brother and I didn't talk about it after that, but I could tell he was just as freaked out as I was. I moved out of the house eventually, but the shadow man followed me. I started seeing him in my new apartment, usually at night, standing in the corner of my bedroom. He never did anything, he just watched. I tried to ignore him, telling myself it was just sleep paralysis, but it felt too real to dismiss. My dog, who slept at the foot of my bed, would often growl at the same corner where the shadow man appeared. He would stare at the empty space, growling and barking as if he could see something I could not. I'd sit there frozen, unable to do anything but wait for it to go away. One night my roommate and I were sitting in the living room watching TV, when the air in the apartment suddenly grew cold. We both noticed it at the same time, and looked at each other. I could tell she was scared, but we tried to brush it off. Then out of the corner of my eye I saw him, the shadow man, standing in the hallway. I didn't say anything, but my roommate must have sensed it too, because she asked, "Did you see that?" I nodded, and we both sat there in silence, too afraid to move. After what felt like hours, the figure disappeared, and the temperature returned to normal. Neither of us slept well that night. The last time I saw him was the most terrifying. I had moved into a new house with my boyfriend, thinking that maybe I had left the shadow man behind, but he found me. One night I woke up to the sound of something moving in the room. I opened my eyes, and there he was, standing at the foot of the bed again, watching me. This time he was closer than ever before, just a few feet away. I could feel his presence, the heaviness in the air, and I knew this wasn't a dream. I tried to wake up my boyfriend, but I couldn't move. My body was completely paralyzed. The shadow man stayed there for what felt like hours before he finally disappeared, leaving me gasping for air. My boyfriend woke up then, asking if I was okay, but I couldn't explain what had just happened. I just sat there trembling, knowing that no matter where I went, the shadow man would always find me. One incident that scarred me for life, that is really tame compared to most, but I can remember every single detail of it happening, even though I was only 7. We moved to a new house that was split plan, so my parents felt very far away. I woke up in the night and couldn't go back to sleep and began feeling scared for no reason. I got up out of bed and walked towards my sister's room. I heard some sort of noise from my bedroom and turned around to look. My parents had left the hall light on, and I could see my entire bed from the hallway. As I watched, the top sheet of the bed slowly started to slide up towards the pillow, almost as if someone were making the bed in slow motion. Then suddenly, the sheets jerked down to the bottom of the bed, and then up over the pillow again, and then down and up again very quickly. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears, and I was so scared I couldn't move. I wanted to call out for my sister, but couldn't get her name out. I can see the light turquoise sheets. I can picture the way my pillow was laying. I can feel the hair on my arms standing up, every detail. Ultimately, even though I couldn't yell her name, I eventually managed to push out some sort of gargling wail of terror, and my sister came running out to the hallway. She told me I had probably imagined it. Older siblings, am I right? And to go back to bed. Instead, I crept into my parents' room and slept on the floor next to their bed, and I slept with my lights on in the room for a long time after that. For a bit of background, I serve as a chaplain for the Order of St. John and work as a demonologist. My role involves conducting community visits to households where people believe they're experiencing paranormal activity. I investigate, apply interventions, and escalate cases when necessary, and provide ongoing support for a few months. Interventions typically include blessings, known as minor rites of exorcism, and escalations, meaning bringing in my Archbishop, whom I work directly under. If you don't believe in the paranormal, this story isn't for you. I also want to clarify that while I believe my clients when they report experiences, I will only consider something as evidence if I witness it firsthand. The intersection of psychology and the paranormal is complex, and I always assess both aspects. This case began when I came across a post in a local Facebook group. The poster was at his breaking point, describing intense disturbances at his home. Sensing his distress, I reached out and got involved. When I arrived, I found a relatively modern house, nothing like what you'd see in a horror movie. However, there was an undeniable sense of unease. The client had been dealing with strange occurrences for so long that his anxiety had skyrocketed, leaving him hypersensitive to every small event. He also had a 1-year-old in the house, so my first priority was to help him manage his anxiety before addressing any supernatural concerns. He reported a range of disturbing experiences: drawers opening and closing on their own, objects flying off shelves, eyes peering through ceiling light fixtures, the sounds of rummaging in the garage, sleep paralysis, and a woman's screams. His young son would randomly point at spots in the house and say, "Ghost, ghost!" While these could have psychological explanations, I ensured he underwent an assessment. The result confirmed severe anxiety, but no other mental health concerns. During my initial investigation, I decided to use the GhostTube app, a tool I had been skeptical of but occasionally used when drawing blanks. Entering the garage, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, though I remained mindful of my own fear response. In the garage sat a car belonging to a friend of the homeowner who passed away in a car accident, but not that specific vehicle. The two had had an argument before the friend's death, exchanging some harsh words. While there, I received no immediate paranormal activity, so I placed my phone on the car and let GhostTube run. After a minute, the app repeatedly said Linda. This was unusual. Normally the app cycles through different words rather than repeating the same one over again. I grabbed my phone, turned on infrared cameras, and found nothing. Stepping into the living room, I asked if the client knew a Linda. As I did, I spotted a funeral program on the table. Linda had been his grandmother. She had taken her own life. I performed a blessing in the garage and hoped Linda would move on. And as I finished and opened the doors, his son waved and said, "Bye, ghost." A few weeks later, the client reached out again. While the garage activity had ceased, the rest of the house remained active. This time I went straight to GhostTube. In the garage there was nothing, no feeling of dread, no hits on the app. However, the discomfort lingered in several areas of the house. The bedroom was particularly strange, despite being on the sunlit floor. In the summer, it was unnaturally cold. GhostTube kept repeating 2 phrases, "You're funny," and "There's 5 of us." This pattern repeating every minute or so was highly unusual. Deciding to bless the entire house, I put on my order stole and began my work. 2 strange things happened during the process. First, a wall cross I had given the client jumped off its hook. While not definitive proof of anything, it raised my suspicions. Second, as I finished blessing the attic, I stepped out of the bedroom and turned towards the stairs. These stairs had a landing midway where they changed direction. A mirror on the stairs reflected both of the upstairs and downstairs areas. As I descended, I saw in the mirror a tall woman in a blue floral dress with long dark hair tied in a ponytail. She stood at the bottom facing away from the stairs towards the living room where my client was. Thinking she was a visitor who had arrived while I was working, I prepared to apologize for not noticing her. But once I turned the corner, she was gone. Checking the mirror again, she was no longer there. A chilling relief washed over me when I realized I had been standing precisely where she had been. I never discussed direct evidence with my clients to avoid frightening them, but I subtly probed for confirmation. It was part of the standard protocol. I asked the client about different areas of the house. When I mentioned the stairs, he hesitated before saying, "There's a woman on the stairs. Sometimes you can hear her walking up and down. She's really tall with dark hair." He added that she occasionally stood at the top, looking into his bedroom, but he'd only ever seen her from the corner of his eye. Immediately I performed a blessing on the stairway using frankincense, myrrh, and holy water, focusing on a longer, more intense prayer, and near the end, I felt a weight lift from my chest. To resolve hauntings, understanding the cause is crucial. The only potential explanation I could find was the client's teenage cousin frequently stayed over. She had an interest in Ouija boards, tarot, and exploring abandoned buildings. While I don't believe these practices inherently invite entities, they can be misused. I suspect she might have inadvertently allowed something into the home. Unfortunately, I couldn't directly intervene by confiscating her tools. I performed comprehensive blessings on every room, doorway, and the surrounding property, leaving a Bible open on Psalm 23. However, it took 5 separate blessings to finally stop the activity. The client considered escalating the case to the Archbishop, but he was hesitant. Once the church gets involved, I lose control over the case, and interventions can be forceful. After the 5th blessing, the disturbances ceased. The client was finally able to find some peace at home. And while I can't say with certainty what had been in that house, I can say some things linger where they don't belong. And sometimes we have to help them find their way out. I have to admit that I've been hesitant to share this story, and only have been confiding in it in my closest friends and family. But maybe the time now has come to share. You see, ever since I was a baby, I have been drawn to airplanes. My mother recalls that before I was even a year old, I would reach for stuffed airplanes in stores and refuse to let go once she gave them to me. I also chose a baby swing shaped like an airplane, and it was in this swing that I said my second word after Mama, airplane. This early fascination soon merged with an intense attraction to World War II. At just 2 or 3, my mum remembers flipping through TV channels to get to Bob the Builder, only for me to scream in protest when she passed the History Channel. I would insist on watching utterly captivated by World War II documentaries, back when the History Channel focused on actual history. More specifically, World War II aviation, particularly US naval aviation. I had a large coffee table book featuring a painting of the Battle of Midway, and I would apparently sit for hours just staring at it. Interest persisted throughout my childhood. I played exclusively with toy models of World War II aircrafts, filled my notebooks with sketches of aerial battles flown in World War II B-17 at 7, devouring books on the subject, attended air shows, and even had the chance to meet World War II pilots at one of those events. My dad left me alone with them, and when he returned, he found me engaged in detailed conversations about the topics I should have hardly known about, such as how the visibility out the back of a certain plane's cockpit was affected by lighting conditions at specific altitudes and times of day. I also vividly recall begging my grandpa to order me a large die-cast model of the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier. When it arrived, I was inexplicably drawn to the tiny versions of one particular plane, the Grumman Avenger torpedo bomber. As I grew older, this passion translated into action. I started flying real planes at 12, earned my pilot's license at 17, and joined the US Navy ROTC to become a naval aviator. Throughout my training, instructors often remarked that I just seemed to know what I was doing, called me a natural. And I don't say this to boast, but rather to emphasize that this ability felt like it came from somewhere beyond myself. One of the strangest aspects of my story began around the age of 7. I frequently played a flight simulator on my family's computer at night. Before each session, I had an unusual ritual. I would pretend to be asleep on the couch, my bunk, before suddenly jolting awake and shouting, now hear this, pilots, man your planes." Then I'd sprint upstairs, leap over the arm of my computer chair, and start flipping imaginary switches. For those unfamiliar with World War II naval aviation, this exact phrase was how US Navy aircraft carrier pilots were called over the loudspeakers to begin a mission, which is something that was not included in any of my games. On its own, this might not seem too unusual. Plenty of kids love airplanes and World War II history. But here's the part that haunts me. For as long as I can remember, I've had a recurring, incredibly vivid dream, one that's unlike any World War II movie or documentary scene I've ever encountered. I experience it once or twice a month, and it never changes. In the dream, I'm flying a Grumman TBF Avenger over the ocean at dusk. The sunset is unmistakably Pacific, deep reds and oranges casting dramatic light through billowing clouds. I recognize the cockpit from its distinctive greenhouse window bracing a trapezoidal instrument panel. When I glance at the right wing, I see it riddled with holes, streaming a white fuel leak. Meanwhile, the radial engine is failing, coughing, backfiring, and spluttering. I try calling my crewman over the intercom, but there's no response. Either it's dead, or they are. I know I won't be in the air much longer and prepare to ditch. My hands move instinctively across the controls. I can feel the grip as I reach up and unlatch the canopy. I'm scared but focused as I guide the plane down towards the water. I flare, stall into a gentle swell, and the aircraft skips once before making a loud tss as it settles. Though Avengers are known for floating well after ditching, I realize my wings are too damaged to buy me much time. As I unstrap my safety harness, I reach up to pull back the canopy, but it's jammed shut. I frantically try to wrench it free, but it won't budge. As water floods the windshield, raw panic grips me and I scream. Struggling desperately against the unyielding metal, but with a sickening lurch, the plane gives into gravity and begins its final descent. At that moment, I wake up often bolt upright, drenched in sweat. Recently, I attended my first air show since childhood, one featuring several restored Avengers. I was determined to sit in the cockpit no matter what.
You're
When I
good. Sorry that I
approached the
disappeared as
aircraft,
well and went
I can't
quiet.
even
I was
begin to
running about like
describe
I
what
was
I felt.
checking earlier.
It was like an electric current coursed through my body. For a moment, I felt almost weightless. I even teared up. And after sharing my story, one of the Avengers crew
like,
allowed
no,
me
because
to
I'm not
climb
your pimp.
inside. The moment I sat down, it was as if something clicked.
Of course I
Everything
will.
felt familiar.
So like when you go
My
live, you want me to
hands
just press it all
instinctively
over my
found the
socials?
switches, and I even knew how to start
that's
the
fine.
engine. But the most
Okay, I'll do
profound
that.
moment, reaching up to touch the
Let me know when you're going
canopy
live and I'll get
latch. I
on
think
that.
you can guess how that felt.
You're already live?
What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on this?
What?
I'd love to
I've
hear
been
it.
live for
Oh.
almost 2 hours.
Why didn't you tell me?
When
I
I
would have
was in high
watched.
school, back in the early 90s, I used to do many odd jobs.
You-
I never worked
And you
at
call me
McDonald's
a
or
jerk
Taco
for
Bell
not
like
telling
my
you when I
friends,
go live?
but instead I worked at
Hey, I
an
have my
auto
reasons.
mechanic shop.
And
I worked
why is
for
your
a flooring
reasons?
contractor as a labourer. I actually
Oh,
worked
so
several
when
construction
I go
and
live and don't
demolition
tell you
jobs
I'm
as
a
well
bad
as
guy, but when
scalping
you go
concert
live and don't
tickets.
tell me, it's
I
allowed.
used to make a lot of money doing this stuff, and
I
I
don't
always
think
liked
so.
working with my hands. When I worked
Okay.
for a contractor, we once did a demolition job at a mortuary, and we worked from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Oh, baby.
So we were out there during business hours.
We'll,
We
keep an
also
eye on
did
your
some
brother.
restaurants, bars, and stores,
No,
usually
darn,
working
I'll
overnight
post you on
since
my
we couldn't
socials
be there
together in a
during
minute.
business hours. This worked perfectly for me,
See
and
what
I
you
would
lost
work
in there,
sometimes
okay?
over the weekend or 1 or 2 nights in a row. Like I said, I made a lot of money doing that kind of stuff, way more than my friends did at fast food places working after
Last time I
school.
told you, I go live.
One time, however, I was dropping off at an empty house. This was unusual because it was a Saturday morning job, which I didn't
Give
really
him
care
more of his
about
toy
because this
stuff.
meant the night was mine. It was
Can
also
you
unusual
give me like a
because
thumbnail
it was a
or stuff so I
house.
can post it on
We
my
mainly did
Instagram
commercial
stories?
stuff for the
Just-
contractor. I worked under the table for almost all of my jobs
Here,
I
baby.
did back then. I was underage but was as skilled as any adult, maybe even more so than a few of the other workers. So this one Saturday I was dropped off at an empty house. My job was to tear out all the flooring, cabinets, tiles, sinks, toilets, everything, except the
If I
doors and
disappear
drywall.
for a bit, don't
I grew
like
up in a
freak out. I'm
somewhat
just going
remote
for like a
town,
bath to relax
and this house was
stuff,
even
and
more
then
remote.
I'll come
Just
back.
tumbleweeds outside the house, and if I remember, it had a 1960s country look to it. I went inside,
Instagram.
and the idea was just to gut the house and pull everything into the driveway to be hauled away later. I brought my ice
Hold on,
chest
I'll
with drinks and
I'll
lunch.
share all
The
your
job
stuff
should have only
once
taken me
my
about the
Blue Sky
day.
account's ready,
I
because
knew
I'm
they'd be
in the
back
middle
for
of
me
making a
between
Blue
4
Sky
and
account.
6. I remember getting started in the kitchen
So once I've done
and
that,
being
I'll
upset
post
that
it
there was
everywhere.
no electricity on because my radio's battery was almost dead. This is where things start to get fuzzy. I remember looking around at the house and making a mental note of everything I needed to tear out. I remember feeling like, well, a bad feeling in the house. It was older, not like it had been abandoned for long, but maybe someone lived in it there for decades and never really updated anything. I started to have weird feelings that soon led to a complete lack of any power. I felt like I had no energy. I ended up in the back room with the radio playing in the kitchen, and next thing I knew it was the evening. I felt like I startled myself to wake up. I remember feeling like, where the hell am I? I got up and it was so silent, no noise, no light. I stumbled outside and looked around and was shocked to see that hours passed. Nearly the entire day was gone. I went back in and started gathering my stuff, and just locked up and waited outside for my ride to arrive. I got yelled at, but since I got paid for what I did in odd time, it wasn't a huge deal. I did refuse to go back out there, and 2 guys went out the following week and emptied the house in my stead. Just so I know it's going to be asked, I didn't use any drugs or alcohol. I've always been very anti them. Seeing my older brother spiral down with his life at an early age made me go against them. I wasn't sick and there was no gas or propane on the house, so no fumes caused it. Like I said before, I didn't work every day, and when I was young I had tons of energy, so I could have demolished the entire house by lunch. The house just took all my energy and knocked me out. I wouldn't have normally slept like that at a dirty job site, especially one that gave me the creeps. So, take my word for it. There was definitely something going on there. I'm glad I never got to find out what it was, though. My father had end-stage congestive heart failure and took his life on May 29th because he was in the process of having a heart attack. It was a violent death, but he did it for a lot of reasons. The main one being he wanted to control when he went out, and did not want to perish in the hospital, but rather the comfort of his own home. He also did not want to burden us financially or in any way with the process of him passing away. We went to pick up his ashes from the funeral home. There was a very large crow sitting in the parking lot that caught my attention. I thought it was strange considering that crows are considered death animals, but there was a comforting aspect to it. When I was walking out of the funeral home with my dad's ashes in hand, my 2-year-old son started saying, "Grandpa, there's Grandpa."
Can you send me a thumbnail or an art thing that you're working on so I can like use it as a poster for my stories to
It
promote
wasn't
it?
until he passed that my son started talking about his grandpa. I also think my son is too young to understand that my father's ashes were in the box. I fully believe he still sees his grandpa. Once
you
when I
send me
was
like a wee
crying and
post or something
upset,
that you're
it was
working on
raining
so I
outside
can
and a
use
full
it as
rainbow
like
showed
the
up.
thumbnail.
My toddler then said, "Where's Grandpa?"
Okay,
I
thank
know.
you.
Another interesting thing
Right, what I'll
is
do
that I've been
is
seeing
on
crows
my
and ravens a lot,
photography
especially
account,
since the
I
funeral
will send your
home.
YouTube link,
They
and
fly
on
above my
my
car when driving
gamer
around.
one, I'll
It's
send
the
you to my
oddest thing.
Twitch.
I hope it's not a bad omen for me,
Okay.
but there is some comfort in it. If anyone has any opinions of this, I'd be interested to hear what they are. My husband Daniel and I were married way back when in 1992. We moved straight into his bachelor pad, a very, very small 2-bedroom, 1-bath home that his grandmother owned. It was just outside the town of Tualatin in Oregon. His grandmother lived about an acre back on the same property, and his parents lived 3 or so acres behind her. It was a bit too close for us. We decided to buy our first home in '95. We had a guaranteed loan from the USAA. My father was in the US Air Force for 22 years, and we set out to look at homes in our range. Our real estate Ken took us all over the Portland area, because we both worked there, and we wanted a closer drive. One home was rebuilt from a fire That killed one of 2 elderly sisters. Another was this great home in a crappy neighborhood that we really wanted, but got outbid. There was the house on Clinton Street, where the family was all sleeping in the living room because of something that happened upstairs. And then there was the house just on the edge of the West Hills. Ken was in his car driving ahead of us. We were in our car. We had the radio off because I was looking at a printout of an MLS listing in the Portland area, interpreting the terms in a joking manner. The street was led past the only Dunkin' Donuts in the area and wound up through the hills. If you're from the area, you know the one. According to the MLS listing, the house was 2,000 square feet, had a big fenced yard which would be great for our black Labrador, my wedding present to my husband, so that he could run and play. It had a hot tub, and of all things a tennis court, and for some reason it was in our price range. Wild, right? While I lived in Southeast Portland most of my life, moving to Northeast Portland when I attended high school, I'd rarely been to this part of town. Occasionally Daniel and I would get a craving for really good donuts and we'd drive through. Usually that was on a Sunday, and I was too sleepy to pay attention. So as we drove up to that curving ascent, I didn't realize where we were. That is until the radio turned itself on. Neither Daniel or I touched it. It went from silent to loud enough to make me cover my ears, and it played what sounded like dark and depressing classical funeral music. As soon as I could do it, I turned it off and stared at my husband, who was also more than a little freaked out. I looked out the window to see that we were driving past a large cemetery. I shook my head and tried to push it from my mind until Ken turned on his blinker in front of us. The house we were looking at today was still a bit up the hill. It looked over the cemetery. I wasn't adverse to living near the dead. I'll tell you about that one day though. Daniel, he was a bit of a sensitive person. Ghosts and him? Yeah, that was a solid no. But I convinced him to take a look. It was winter, so I expected the house to be cold. The winter wasn't that cold, not yet.
Sorry, everyone.
It wasn't even cold enough to wear a heavy coat, and even my sweater made me a bit too warm when I walked from the car to the house. It was nice on the outside, green paint, fairly new windows, and we stepped inside. Someone had baked cookies in the house. We stepped inside. It was evident from the charming aroma that someone had baked cookies in the house. That's a selling tactic. It smelled great, and it should have been warm from the oven if nothing else.
Look, I'm just promoting you right now.
Unlike outside, my sweater wasn't enough, and we could still see our breath inside the abode. We said nope, turned right around to leave, and later we would learn from Ken that the family was moving because the house was infested with ghosts. I'm glad we did a solid nope out of there. I wonder how complicated our lives would have been having to share our space with phantoms.
Lucy?
Hey guys, it's Mort here and thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stories. A huge thank you as always to everyone watching and especially to my members and patrons who contribute financially to help keep the channel going. If you'd like to see more, links can be found on screen. But until then, stay awesome and I'll see you in the next one. Good night.
Is his best option right now.
Good evening all and welcome.
Oh yum, I want some
Tonight
spaghetti
I have
and
a
meatballs.
creepy collection of cabin stories. I know, right after Nature Week, aren't you lucky? This is special thanks to the birthday girl, Lorraine. I wish you a very happy birthday. But for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. It all started with my wife. I had a high-stress job as a project manager for a big tech firm. I'm talking insane deadlines, constant pressure, and I'd barely sleep. I'd be up at all hours dealing with clients and putting out fires, and thinking it would all be worth it because we were building a future for us, me and her. But I was wrong. One Friday
What's your favorite
afternoon,
color?
I decided to surprise her. I'd been feeling burnt out for weeks,
Blue.
and I thought, maybe I'd have a nice dinner and it'd be a good way to reconnect.
I like what you're wearing.
Because in truth, I hadn't seen that much of her, and what I had hadn't really been what I would consider quality time. So I took the half day off work, left early, picked up a favorite takeout and drove home, really excited to see her face light up when I walked through the door. But that isn't what happened. Because when I opened the door, the first thing I noticed were low voices coming from upstairs. My stomach dropped. I froze in the entryway, holding the food like an idiot while my brain tried to make sense of it. I knew that voice. I don't remember climbing the stairs, it was like my body was moving on autopilot. But when I pushed that bedroom door open, well, you can just imagine what I saw.
No doubt, show you a little promo
drove
poster
around
I made
aimlessly
for
for hours, my mind racing, my hands gripping the wheels very hard. The next morning, I walked into my boss's office and just quit, straight up. No 2 weeks notice, no explanation. I just couldn't handle the stress anymore. The job, of life, of everything. I needed to get away, and I needed to be alone. And that's how I ended up renting this cabin in the woods. It was pretty isolated, perfectly so, nestled deep in the woods miles from the nearest neighborhood, and surrounded by tall trees that seemed to close in on you the further you went. The listing had described it as rustic and charming, but when I pulled in it was more weathered and eerie. The porch sagged under my weight as I stepped onto it, and the old wooden planks creaked like they were protesting my presence. The exterior was grey and peeling, and I unlocked the door and stepped inside, and was greeted by a wave of musty air that smelled of damp wood, old leaves and something faintly metallic. The living room was small but cozy, with a stone fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The kitchen was tiny, barely big enough for one person to move around comfortably, and the bedroom was tucked in the back. But it was the attic door that caught my eye. It was just in the hallway, just before the bedroom, and it looked ancient, faded wood, rusted hinges, and a latch that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I told myself I'd never go near it. I wasn't there to explore. I was there to forget. So I set my bags down, poured myself a stiff drink, and tried to relax, and spent the first day hiking, breathing in the crisp air, and trying to clear my mind. It was peaceful, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was okay. But that didn't last. The first night I was exhausted. I had a quick dinner, poured another drink, and stretched out on the couch. The quiet of the forest was almost too much after the constant noise of the city, but I told myself to get used to it. I was half asleep when I heard it, a thump from above. My eyes groggily opened as I lay there listening. At first I thought maybe it was just the cabin settling, or an animal on the roof. But then I heard it again.
Yes, I'm listening.
Probably a raccoon, I thought, trying to convince myself, but something about the sound didn't feel right. It wasn't random. It
I
felt
love
deliberate.
creepypastas.
Ooh. Walmart true horror story.
One day, I stole something at Walmart. I was 16. It wasn't a big deal. It was just a scrunchie. I hid the cardboard it was attached to behind a bunch of paper towels. On the way out of the store, a large, imposing man with an expressionless face pulled me aside. "Come with me," he croaked in a deep, baritone voice. "I'm sorry, what's this about?" I asked. "Theft," he said. "They had me on camera. I'll just pay and leave," I told him, but he said nothing. He just tightened his iron grip around my tiny arm and led me through 2 plastic doors into the storage area. We stopped atop a set of stairs, and he flicked on the light. They led to the basement, which was pitch dark. "Let's move," he said angrily. I began stepping down the staircase when I heard a loud wham. The door slammed shut behind me. I turned and feverishly tried to open it, but it was locked. Figuring they were just holding me until the police arrived, I made my way to the bottom. The room was dank, wet, and dusty, covered in cobwebs. The darkness was oppressive, and there were no people down there. However, there was an old wooden chair in the middle of the room with handcuffs attached to chains running to the brick wall. Where are the cameras? The loss prevention guys. The freaking manager. I screamed to myself. It smelled like mildew and something else, like rotting meat, coming from the far side of the room, the darker side, where I didn't want to go. I decided to sit on the bottom step, and thoughts began racing, most especially about the man who brought me down here. He looked disheveled and wasn't wearing Walmart attire. He was in what looked like some cheap, phony police uniform. His faux shoulder badge was partially unstitched, his hands covered in dried mud, and he had an intense body odor. Fuck this. I pulled out my phone and called the store. I managed to speak
I'm
with
trying
the
to
manager.
promote you, but
Thank you for
Instagram
calling
is not working.
This is
It's not
Destiny.
like posting my
How may I
story.
help you? Yes, I'm stuck
I'm
in the
trying to
basement.
promote you, but
A man
Instagram
grabbed
does
me,
not want to play
told
ball.
me he was in loss prevention, and that I stole something and brought me down here. And I can't get out. Suddenly, the door to the basement opened, and I heard the sound of whistling, and the creak, of the wooden stairs. I backed into a corner and picked up the chair, ready to use it as a weapon. The man and another, even older man, emerged at the bottom of the stairs with huge, wide-eyed grins on their faces. The man in the security uniform whirled a baton. "Have a seat in the chair, baby cakes," he said creepily. My skin was crawling, my heart pounding, and my stomach queasy. "You tight?" "I'll bet you are," he said as the old man began rubbing his crotch, both slowly inching closer to me before unzipping their pants. I held the chair up, ready to swing. "Tight and wet, aren't you?" I wanted to
Jesus,
die.
this is actually...
I said the only thing I could.
I'm so glad
"I'll
all my
fucking kill
shit
you.
is freaking...
She's gonna kill us," he said, turning to the older man and laughing heartily.
That story's
"She thinks that
horrible.
rickety old chair will do something." The smarmy,
Mm.
slimy old
I've
snake
never known
giggled
a
with a voice
happy
full of phlegm,
creepypasta story to
which
be
he
fair.
spat on the floor. The old man took off his shirt and belt, wrapping the belt around his knuckle. I thought I was going to
You
die.
want to finish it?
That is until,
Go ahead.
hello, anyone down there?
All right.
The
Let me
men,
see your stuff,
startled and freaked out, ignored me and ran into the dark, opening a door and exiting into the woods. A door that set off the store's fire alarm. An employee came down to talk to me. It was Destiny, the active manager. The theft was glossed over. I was only able to identify the man in the security uniform. The other man didn't
really well,
appear on any
baby.
cameras. The rotting smell was a dead dog, which nobody had answers for. "Let me give you one piece of advice," Destiny said. "From now
Okay,
on,
go put these in your
only
room.
trust a person in a Walmart
If not,
uniform."
if you don't want to keep them,
I
throw them away,
understand.
okay?
I
Where's your other
replied.
folder?
"Oh, and by the way, our loss prevention office is upstairs." The men
What?
were never found.
It's
At
still
least,
not work.
not
I've tried
yet.
like 3 times. Right. I'm trying my best to promote you.
When shit hit the fan with my parents, I had to move out. I was down on my luck living situation-wise, and I could only crash on the couches of my friends for so long. I was looking on all the roommate and apartment apps and websites, and I found something that caught my eye on this app. A man named Luke had listed a room for rent in his 3-bedroom, 1-story house. The rent price was $1,200 a month.
Okay.
He'd basically be my landlord
Where's
and
the homework
roommate,
that needed
as
to be
he
done
would also be
yesterday?
living in the house. He made sure to note
Huh?
on the ad that he'd be out of the house most of the time,
Alright,
and
go
that the
grab it
renter would
for
have the
me.
place to themselves often.
And
He
we'll
did
work
put
on
in
your
all
homework,
capital
okay?
letters a few ground rules though, including no parties, no large gatherings, no drinking in the living room, and no use of the basement. They seemed like pretty standard rules. I went to view the house in person and meet Luke. The second he opened the door, I got a bit of a read on him, that he was a little reclusive. His demeanor was quiet and a little awkward. He showed me the house. I could tell he was nervous because his voice would shake and he would stutter. The bedroom was a good size, and the actual floor plan of the house was good. It was an open layout, meaning the kitchen, living room, and dining room were all one big open space. For $1,000 a month in my area, it was a steal. He laid out some more ground rules in person, and he emphasized again how I can't go in the attic or the basement, as I use them for storage only. Sounded fair enough. On the spot, I told him I'm interested. We shook hands, I left, and 2 days later, I was moving in. We didn't draft any sort of lease or contract.
these
I was
aren't
just going to be paying
your
him off the
homework.
books month to
Go look
month,
again in
the
your
first
closet,
day of
okay?
every month. I had settled in pretty quickly. The bedroom I was renting was already furnished with a bed and basic furniture, so all I did really was hang some of my wall decor and fill the dresser and closet with clothes. The bedroom had a lock on it, thankfully, and he gave me the key to it so I could lock it when he wasn't home, which seemed like a nice gesture at first. Luke never told me what he did for work. He just told me he usually wouldn't be home, but I quickly learned that wasn't true. Anytime I'd come home from work, his car was always in the driveway. Quickly, I started to pick up on loud sounds outside of my bedroom at night, from footsteps to doors opening and closing constantly. One night, I went out in the middle of the night just to go to the bathroom, and I noticed the basement door was opened.
Okay.
I
go
walked
get me
over
the
to
other
the top of
papers
the
because I
stairs
know
and
there's
looked
another
down.
one that you need to do.
There was a dim light from down there, seemingly from a far corner out of view. I heard banging sounds coming from down there. It was like 2 a.m. What could he be doing down there? Then the bangs stopped, and Luke appeared at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at me. It was so creepy that describing it in words doesn't do it justice. He looked visibly annoyed as he looked up at me.
Why
I apologized and
is
said
this
I'm just
not
going to the
working?
bathroom. He almost angrily responded, "Shut the basement door." I listened to him, insanely weirded out. I went to the bathroom and then back to bed. I laid awake for a while after that, now with my mind racing, wondering what he's doing. About a week later, I returned home and noticed my bedroom door was unlocked. I always locked it before leaving every day. I looked around my room to see if anything was missing, and while nothing seemed to be missing, I
It's
noticed
been
some things
broke,
had been
Lou.
moved. For starters, my clothes in the dressers were not neatly stacked anymore. They had been looked through, I could tell. The closet door was also cracked open. It was dawning on me that he had his own key, and he likely came into my room and went through my stuff. This felt like a clear invasion of privacy and a violation of my tenant rights. I had to figure out how to confront him about it. I went to knock on his bedroom door, but he didn't answer. His car was in the driveway once again, so he had to be home. I was getting such weird vibes from all of this. I gave up and went back to my room after microwaving my dinner. While I was in my room relaxing and watching TV, I heard the door open. I took this opportunity to get up and confront him, so I went out to the living room and caught him in a hurry about to leave the house. I stopped him and asked if he went into my room. He looked at me with a blank expression and straight up said no. I delicately responded without being hostile, saying that the door was unlocked and some of my stuff appeared to have been gone through. He then claimed that I had the only key to my bedroom, and then he said he's in a hurry, he has to go, and he left. I was flabbergasted by all of this. I wanted to ask my parents for advice, but at that time I hated them and wanted nothing to do with them. I was already back on the apps and websites looking up other listings. I knew I didn't want to stay here. Then I realized this was the first apparent time that Luke wasn't home while I was. Curiosity got the better of me, and I had to check out the basement. I checked out the windows first to make sure his car was gone, and it was. I then went over to open the basement door. Oddly enough, I couldn't find any light switches, so I just used the flashlight on my phone to navigate around. The steps were so creaky, I felt like I was in an abandoned house. I got to the bottom, and there was a tan carpet that was curling upwards at the walls as if it were poorly fitted to the floor. It was a very small basement,
I'm always crazy.
at least the main room. There was just this one ugly couch in the middle of the
I mean, you said
There was
that.
also a slightly funky smell down there, and the smell only got worse as I got closer to this door in the corner. I attempted.
Good evening all and welcome. Tonight we have the pleasure of being joined by J Nightmares on this collection of terrifying stories from Japan. So get comfortable and let the darkness take control. A few years ago I used to travel around Japan taking photos. I was really into photography. I was particularly interested in taking shots of abandoned buildings. I found a service area along a highway that looked to me as if it had been abandoned. I mean, there was no doubt that the building was at the very least closed. It was boarded up. To me it looked like it had been closed for years. Everything on the outside looked weather-worn, and no one was taking care of it. So that's when I saw my opportunity. I remember it being a very foggy day. There was poor visibility on the roads, which actually helped my case if I wanted to sneak in and out without anyone calling the cops, or them finding me themselves. I pulled into the service area and got out of my car to take some photos of the exterior of the building.
Let me see your eraser.
I loved the way it looked in the fog. This was out along the mountain roads, by the way, so the fog was even more impressive as it was quite high up. After I finished taking photos of the outside, I managed to gain access through a broken window. The service area was 2 stories high. I imagined that the first floor might have been for drinks and snacks, and the top one might have been for restaurants and public toilets. Since I was on the first floor, I took some photos down there, and after a while I started to notice that there were sounds coming from upstairs on the second floor. Occasionally, I have encountered homeless people living in abandoned buildings, so I wondered if this was the case. Other times it's a gang of youths in the abandoned building smashing the place up and doing God knows what. I was afraid that some dangerous person could be in there, so I called out from the foot of the stairs. "Hey, is anyone up there?" I waited in silence in the dark abandoned service area, and I could no longer hear any more noises coming from the second floor. But then after about 30 seconds passed, I heard the sound of someone dragging something while walking up there. Well, at least that's what it sounded like to me. The noises from above echoed all around. The acoustics were incredible. I felt my brow get a little sweaty. The picture as I saw it was one of a person upstairs refusing to respond and making me aware of their presence. But of course I wondered if whoever was up there heard me or not.
That'd be cool.
Maybe I wasn't loud enough. So I walked over to the foot of the stairs, crunching on broken glass, and as I went I shouted, "Hey, is anyone up there? I'm just taking some pictures, I mean you no harm. Do you mind if I come up and take a few pics of the second floor?
As an
I won't be long."
Instagram posting
I heard my own voice
stories.
reverberate through the service area, and I know that I had been loud enough
Hold on,
this
give me a minute. I'm
I
going
waited on
to
bated
leave the
breath
call
for
and
a
restart
reply
my
on the
phone.
second floor. I was expecting a voice, but that wasn't the type of reply I
Instagram
got.
ain't letting me promote
It
you
sounded
for
to
some
me
weird
like
reason.
someone started hitting something very heavy on the ground.
So I'm going to restart my
like
phone and see
a
if that
metal
works. So
bat
I'll be
or
right back,
something.
okay?
On your homework, though.
It did this slow and steady, intimidating banging sound on something metallic.
I said
went bang,
focus
bang,
on your
bang.
homework, young lady.
"Sorry," I called out. I was panicked and didn't know what to do, in all honesty.
Right, I will be right back, okay?
As soon as I called out sorry, the banging got more aggressive and quicker. It was as if the aggressive banging said, "Hurry up and get out." One thing I noticed, though, was the fact that the banging sounded as if it was getting closer to the top of the stairs. Where I heard it coming from somewhere near the back of the top, it was now coming to the front. The banging sound was so loud I could feel the vibrations shaking down the stairs as it approached. I didn't stick around to find out what it was. I took off running as fast as I could and leapt through the broken window that I had climbed in through so carefully earlier. I ran to my car without looking back, and it was only when I started my engine that I noticed that my palm was bleeding.
Today's story has a big twist at the end that has fascinated the internet for decades. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button over to your house for a pizza party, but then only serve them fermented herring. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. Japan is comprised of 4 major islands. The northernmost island is called Hokkaido, and on Hokkaido there is this beautiful national park called Daisetsuzan that is nicknamed the Playground of the Gods, because the park is basically all these huge mountains that stretch up into the clouds. The tallest mountain inside of this park is Mount Asahidake, which reaches an elevation over 7,500 feet, and it is a very popular hiking destination. The trail that brings you to the summit of Mount Asahidake is considered relatively straightforward. It's pretty much just a straight line. But there is one very tricky spot. On the way up, as you get closer and closer to the summit, the trees begin to disappear and you're left with this kind of open landscape where the trail becomes fairly ambiguous. It's hard to know where you're going. And so hikers are instructed to look for a landmark, which is this big square boulder that's known as Safe Rock. And once you get to Safe Rock, apparently the rest of the trail is easy to identify and follow all the way up to the summit. There's a catch though. In the same area as Safe Rock is another large square boulder that looks exactly like Safe Rock. And this imposter is called False Safe Rock. If a hiker confuses False Safe Rock for the real thing and then attempts to take the path leading away from the imposter, they will be led down a path that many people have gotten lost on. At first, it will feel like you are making progress towards the summit of the mountain, but eventually the trail begins to gradually go downhill. Now, you would think that would be a fairly obvious red flag if the trail is going down and you're trying to go up to the summit, that probably something's gone wrong here, you've taken a wrong turn. But put yourself in the mind of someone who's made this mistake. In their mind, they reached the landmark of Safe Rock, although it was the imposter, False Safe Rock, and so they think they're on the right path. And if this is their first time being on this mountain, which a lot of people it is, they'd probably convince themselves that they've gone the right way and just keep on going. And so if you just keep on going and you don't recognize this mistake, about a mile away from False Safe Rock, you enter into this valley that's completely overgrown with thick bamboo. It's very swampy and there's lots of very steep cliff drop-offs. And once you go inside of this area, you can't see anything because the bamboo is so tall and so thick. And so it's very easy to get turned around and it's pretty easy to accidentally walk off of a cliff. And so over the years, hikers who have accidentally taken the trail leading away from False Safe Rock have gotten lost in this treacherous area, and not all of them have come back. In July of 1989, two men from Tokyo were hiking up the trail towards the summit of Mount Asadake when they reached what they believed was Safe Rock. However, it was not. It was False Safe Rock. And so when they followed the trail leading away from False Safe Rock, it was not long before they were lost in that valley overgrown with bamboo. That night, when these two men did not come home, their friends and family called the police and a search was launched for them. Over the first couple of days, there was no luck. They could not find these two guys. They had no idea where they had gone. They looked all over this swampy area thinking that's where they might be, but they couldn't find them. But then on July 24th, a helicopter was flying over the mountain over an area that had not really been thoroughly searched. It was just to the east of that valley with all the bamboo where they expected them to be. And this helicopter pilot, as he went around a corner, he got a view down to the midsection of the mountain and he saw this big, wide open clearing. And right in the middle of this clearing are three huge letters. They are spelled using birch logs, and the three letters are SOS. SOS is an international code used to signal extreme distress. People who go missing or who get stranded somewhere, they will try to spell the three letters, SOS, as big as they possibly can, and then they will camp out near their signal in hopes that someone will see it and then come and rescue them. This helicopter pilot that's seen this distress signal immediately flew over the letters, expecting to look down and see the two missing hikers from Tokyo. But when he was hovering over the SOS and he's looking down, there was no one there, despite the fact that this was a wide open area. They are not in the bamboo valley anymore. But either way, he signaled to the rest of the search party that he had found their SOS signal, and before long, more helicopters and search teams were brought over to that area. And then several hours later, a search team that was on the ground, who was walking about 2 miles north of this SOS signal, saw these two very haggard-looking guys come out of the bamboo brush, and they come walking up towards them, and it turns out it was the missing men from Tokyo. They were very ragged, they were dehydrated and famished, and they were kind of on the brink of death, but they were alive and they were extremely happy to have been found. And so a helicopter was brought in, the two men were flown out to the nearest hospital, and then after receiving medical care, it was determined they would both make full recoveries. Excited by this news, the pilot and some of the other rescuers went to the men's hospital room to pay them a visit. And over the course of their conversation, the pilot brings up to the two men that they were really smart to build that SOS signal, that in fact, had they not built the SOS, it's unlikely anyone would have found them. And as soon as the two men heard this, they kind of reacted to it. They looked at each other, then they looked at the pilot and they said, "What SOS signal? We didn't make an SOS signal." After asking the men several questions to make sure they really didn't make this signal, the pilot and the rest of the searchers said, we have to go back to the mountain. We have to go back to the SOS signal because somebody else has made it and they need our help. And so early the next morning, the searchers went back out to the mountain, back to the SOS signal to scour the area all over again. And shortly after they began this search, one of the searchers found this deep hole underneath the roots of a tree. And in this hole was a backpack. And in this backpack, amongst other things, was a driver's license and an audio recorder. The license belonged to a 25-year-old Japanese man named Kenji Iwamura, who 5 years earlier had been staying at a lodge near the mountain, and one day he had left, and on his way out, he had told the owner of this lodge that he was going for a hike to the summit of Mount Asadake. A couple of days later, when Kenji was supposed to check out of the lodge, he didn't, and so the owner went to his room, he knocked, but there was no answer, and so the owner used his master key, he opened the door, and when he looked inside, there was no Kenji, but all of his belongings were still there. And so the owner thought that was odd because the last time he saw him, he was going out for this hike, and so he put two and two together and thought, you know what, I think this guy's in trouble. So he called the police and reported him missing. A search is launched for Kenji, but Kenji was never found, and so there was always this mystery about what happened to him. Fast forward back to 1989, and these searchers are looking at this backpack. They've just looked at this license, and then one of the searchers reaches in and pulls out the audio recorder and hits the play button. What they heard was very disturbing. It was the sound of a young man, presumably, who was very distressed, who was calling out for help. And it's believed this young man is Kenji. In Japanese, he very slowly and deliberately says, "I'm stuck on a cliff, I can't move, SOS, please help me. I'm at the spot where I first saw the helicopter, but the bamboo is too thick, I can't move, please lift me up out of here, SOS." Here is a clip of the actual recording. At this point, it seemed fairly obvious to police that based on the proximity of the backpack to the SOS letters and the fact that the recording, which was in the backpack, had Kenji literally saying SOS. He says this on the recording, that Kenji must have been the one who built this SOS sign. He must have built it back in 1984 when he got lost. And so now that the police believed they had solved the mystery of who built the SOS sign, they now needed to figure out where this person went. Where was Kenji? And so over the next several hours, searchers continued to look around the immediate area of where this backpack was found, and soon they would discover something that, according to police, solved this 5-year-old mystery. They figured out what happened to Kenji. Now, there is no official police narrative, at least not online, that explains step by step what happened to Kenji. So what I'm about to share with you is what I was able to deduce from all of the official reporting that I could find online. In 1984, Kenji left his lodge and headed for the summit of Mount Asahidake, and on the way up, he most likely mistook the false safe rock for the safe rock, and just like the two men from Tokyo would do 5 years later, Kenji went down the wrong path and got lost in that valley covered in bamboo. At some point, Kenji stopped trying to find his way back to the trail and instead tried to just go down the mountain any way he could. And so as he's making his way through this very thick vegetation and this bamboo, he eventually gets to a point where he lowers himself down over this ledge and he lands on this cliff. And as soon as he lands, he looks over the edge and he realizes he can't go any farther. It's too steep, it's too dangerous. But when he turns around to try to climb back up, it's also too steep. So he was trapped on this ledge. And so there on this cliff ledge, he sits and waits, hoping that someone has reported him missing and they will come and find him before he dies. And at some point, as he's sitting there waiting, a helicopter flies overhead. And Kenji most likely was elated. He probably believed they saw him and he thought he was going to get rescued, but the helicopter would eventually just fly away, giving no indication of whether they had actually seen Kenji. And so for what must have been at least a couple of days, Kenji sat on this ledge expecting this helicopter to come back, But over time, he gradually came to the conclusion that that helicopter had probably not seen him and they were not coming back. There was no rescue party inbound for him. And so it was around that time, as he's having this horrible realization, that he pulls out that audio recorder and he records that very eerie and distressing message where he's calling out for help and saying that he's stuck on this ledge. And then after he was done, at some point, Kenji came to the conclusion that his best chance at survival was not waiting for some helicopter to potentially come back, because at this point that seemed really unlikely. Instead, his best chance and perhaps only chance was to try to climb down this cliff right in front of him that he had already determined was way too dangerous. And so Kenji lowered himself and began climbing down this cliff, and miraculously he got all the way to the bottom where the ground leveled off without serious injury. And so from that point, he just kept on walking down the mountain, trudging through all this bamboo, until he actually leaves the bamboo and enters this huge clearing on the side of the mountain, where basically it's devoid of any vegetation besides some birch trees off in the distance. And it was in this clearing that Kenji would construct that SOS signal, believing that was his ticket out of there. But unfortunately, it was not. 5 years later, after searchers had just located Kenji's backpack underneath the roots of that tree, they would go on to make that huge discovery that solved the 5-year mystery. And that discovery was a partial human skeleton laying nearby. And eventually that skeleton would be determined to be Kenji's. And at this point, the police said they were not suspecting foul play in Kenji's death. However, they did not release his exact cause of death. It's unclear if they just could not determine it or if they didn't want to release it publicly, but either way, we don't know what it is. And then after that, the police just closed the case and said, okay, we're done. But to the people who had been closely following this story, because this was a big deal at the time in 1989, they thought the police were kind of missing something. There was this obvious, huge discrepancy that they all figured the police were going to address at some point, and now it seemed like they weren't. And a lot of people felt like this is not a discrepancy you can just sweep under the rug. This is a really big deal. And that discrepancy was, how could Kenji have made that SOS signal? As a reminder, the 3 letters SOS that was found in that clearing, they were made with 19 birch tree logs. Each letter was 16 feet tall and 10 feet wide. And each log, each birch tree log that made these letters up, they were all about the same length and appeared to have been expertly cut, indicating they had been chopped with an axe or some other cutting tool. And where this SOS was actually located in that clearing, it was several hundred feet away from the other birch trees. So on top of the enormous effort that would go into cutting down 19 trees with an axe, and I can assure you that cutting down a tree with an axe or a hatchet is way harder than you think it is, Kenji would have also had to expend a lot of additional energy just dragging the felled logs over to the area where he actually built the signal. Basically, this was a gargantuan task that even for someone who was fit and healthy and strong in the best of conditions, they would still struggle with this. And so the idea that Kenji, after being missing in the wild for several days, he's probably dehydrated, he's famished, he's tired, he's sore, he's scared, he's in the worst possible shape you can be in, the idea that he pulled this off is kind of unbelievable. And in fact, the person who did Kenji's autopsy would say that Kenji was not physically capable of putting together that SOS signal. He was just too weak. And there's another complication to factor in. There was no axe or any other cutting tool found anywhere near the SOS signal, near the skeleton, near the backpack, nowhere. There was no cutting tool. So either Kenji did have an axe and somehow mustered the superhuman strength necessary to chop down 19 trees and then he built this SOS signal, in which case, why didn't the authorities find the axe? Or Kenji did not have an axe, in which case, why were there 19 perfectly cut birch logs just laying around in an area that virtually no one went intentionally? When the police just would not answer these simple questions about the axe, people began coming up with their own theories as to what happened. The most prominent theory was that Kenji was not actually alone. This would explain how he went about building that SOS signal. He had help. And it would also explain why Kenji's family, when they heard that audio recording for the first time, they said, that doesn't sound like our son. And so according to this additional person theory, that recording wasn't of Kenji. It was of this other person, this additional person. People who subscribe to this theory also point out that originally the skeleton was not classified as belonging to Kenji. It was classified as belonging to some unknown female with type O blood. The media and the public went crazy at this revelation, and very quickly the police were being hit with lots of questions about this development, which they had no idea what to say about it. And so they looked kind of bad in the media. They didn't have very many answers. They didn't have any leads. The pressure was building. And then all of a sudden the police say, oh, we looked at the bones again, and it turns out they were not type O blood female. They were actually type A blood male, which conveniently is the same sex and blood type as Kenji. Some say this was a pure fabrication by police to very conveniently tie up all the loose ends of a case they were doing a very bad job solving, that in reality, those were not Kenji's bones. Kenji's still somewhere out there. We haven't found him yet. And those bones belong to some unknown female with type O blood. And she was the additional person. But the reality is, even if this additional person theory is plausible, it's highly unlikely it will ever be looked at seriously by authorities, because at this point, the case is considered closed. So as of now, the only thing we can all say with certainty is that an SOS sign on the side of this mountain saved the lives of 2 men from Tokyo in 1989. But exactly who the sign builder or builders were, and then what happened to them, still remains a mystery for many people. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the
Brooklyn, New York. A young man, 18 years old, sits next to his living room window. He's gazing distantly out towards the city streets, watching as strangers walk by. He has much on his mind and little of it good. A woman close to his age, older by a margin, not great enough to mark a difference to the passive viewer, enters. He looks up briefly, sadness apparent in his eyes as she approaches to join him. Tea? A demure voice asks. Not right now, thank you though, he replies, before returning to stare vacantly at the pedestrians beyond the glass. Last night was difficult, I know, but you must continue doing what it is that you've always done. The strength that carried you through 2015, the willpower that brought you from Mandeville to this point in your... No, our lives. That has to be your focal point. Don't throw it all away. You've dealt with much worse. The man looks to his companion with gratitude in his eyes. Her words are his stalwart comfort. I just miss him so much. The woman's eyes remain fixed, waiting. Lou, I'm waiting, she says, this time with a bit of sarcasm in her voice. A smile was threatening to form the corners of her mouth, which would spell disaster at this exact moment. After a moment of almost palpable effort, Lou Woods relieves a harsh sigh, and his mask of misery was quickly replaced with a brief smile of his own. Shit, sorry, Jess. I just can't cry on command. I told you this before you wrote this out. Jessica Lum, who was both Lou's girlfriend and self-appointed director of public relations, allowed herself to chuckle a bit as well. Looks like we're gonna have to break out the stage tears again. Oh, Jess, you know I hate those damn things. Oily as all hell, and I think they clogged my pores last time. I'm not too old for pimples yet. Do you really want that shit on your YouTube thumbnail? Well, Lou, had that bitch down in Mandeville not tanked our spotlight last night on Jack Elder, we likely would be done with this online diary crap. Can't believe Elder's producers let that bullshit happen. I mean, this was your moment. Yeah, I know. Freaking Jane Alabama, whatever her name is. And why the hell did she get to call in and cowboy the whole damn interview? Her name is Arkansas. I've been doing my research since last night. Remember that rich guy that was murdered in Mandeville a while back? That was her daddy. I guess since then, the girl's just been, I don't know, some sort of mission to expose the town. She's recently appeared on some B-rate shit show called Cult Hunters. After her episode was filmed, the actors played the roles of her and your brother, and they were found murdered. It's all the buzz down there. You really should start watching the news, Lou. Jess. The day I start reading the paper or watching the news is the day I want you to shoot me in the face with a flare gun. Because that's the day I start turning into my dad. Death will be a welcomed mercy to avoid that fate. But Lou, if I shoot you with a flare, you'll turn into your brother, Lou the Killer. Just doesn't have the same ring to it. So you're saying that Jeff the Killer does? Christ. Only my big brother could become an infamous serial killer and come out sounding like a... Fuck, I don't even know. If he danced like Michael, he could be Jeff the Thriller, Jessica announced, starting a routine that she and Lou came up with right after they started dating. Yeah, and if he calls you over to watch Netflix, he'd be called Jeff the Chiller. If he holds up the moral aptitude of a community, he'll be Jeff the Pillar. Damn, woman, why are you so good at this? Okay, if he was a pilgrim, he'd be Jeff the Miller. Weak. If he worked for the IRS, he'd be Jeff the Biller. Okay. If he was a shitty writer who couldn't stay away from purple prose, he'd be Jeff the Filler. Oh, Lou, you really tried there. If he rolled a natural 20 on a saving throw to avoid being hypnotized by an evil wizard, he'd be Jeff the Willer. I challenge. Willer is not a word, he demanded. Well, sweetie, I hate to break it to you, but Lou is not a name. Yet, you're still here. Challenge overturned. Damn, Jess. You got balls. By the end of their game, both Lou Woods and Jessica Lum were laughing in long, earnest bouts that required breaks to catch their breath. The aggravation of Jane Arkansas's telephonic intrusion from her call on Lou's live interview with Jack Elder the night before was starting to fade a bit. He was still annoyed over it, maybe even downright pissed. But there would be other chances. Until then, he still had his book deal, his check from appearing on Elder's show, and whatever publicity would come with it. Even if the world was more interested in some girl from Mandeville and her sob story, he was still the brother of Jeff the Killer. His check was written and cashed the moment Jeff murdered their parents. Jane Alabama, or whatever her name was, could come and lap up the crumbs if she wanted to. There was only one Lou Woods, and he was determined to ride that name straight into celebrity status. On the subject of celebrities, Lou's sit-down with Elder had sported not only the aggravation of Jane calling in, ranting about the cover-up in Mandeville, the murder of 2 actors working with cult hunters, and about 1 million other portals into insanity, but he'd also been stood up by Randy Hayden, who was scheduled to be a surprise guest on the show. The idea had been cleared with Lou beforehand, as Elder didn't want his program to devolve into an afternoon talk show of drama and chair-throwing, and the youngest brother, Woods, had all been on board. Elder had teased dragging Lou through the painful memories of the fight at Friendly Video, a concept that was turning into his version of the OK Corral, while his guest sat there and feigned anger. Elder would lead into something along the lines of, "If Randy was here today, would you face him?" Lou fist-balled, eyes filled with stoic courage, yet body language that spoke only of chaos, would nod once, hopefully, producing the elusive tear. Elder would then announce, "Well, here he is." At this point, Randy would nervously walk onto the stage, hat in hand, shoulders shrugged, as he finally faced one of his victims in person. They would talk. They would tackle hard and emotional facets of their past, and in the end, the hug seen round the world. Forgiveness from Lou. Healing from Randy. It would have been a ratings bonanza. However, Randy never showed. Though Lou hadn't spoken to him personally, Elder's production team had assured all the audience that the legendary bully from Mandeville, son of tyrannical swindler Maxwell Hayden, wielder of the fateful flare gun, would indeed be present for duty when Elder called his name. That didn't happen. Lou had been informed before filming began that Randy simply fell off the face of the earth as far as the newsroom production staff could tell. Phone calls and voicemails went unanswered. Emails were ignored. Twitter messages fell on blind eyes, and in the end, Randy Hayden was a no-show. Lou was furious. But thankfully, his ever-faithful friend, lover, and keeper of secrets, although many she filmed, Jessica Lum had managed to calm him down and get him back on track. This sucks, Lou, but it's more camera time for you, okay? It's not like we're letting any of your fans down. You never promised them a meeting with Randy. It was supposed to be a surprise, so no PR damage done. Plus, if Randy does pop back up, this may get you another spot on Newsroom, or maybe The View, or Dr. Phil. Now, who the fuck cares, as long as it's camera time for you? Now go out there and knock him deader than your brother on a flare gun-fueled "my mommy didn't love me" murder spree. She always knew what to say. Jane had been a curveball, though, that even the crafty Jessica had not seen coming. The show was going all right. It was being broadcast live, and it was obvious to Jessica that Elder was throwing Lou too many softball questions. People liked the broken Lou, the damaged Lou, and the victim of the victim Lou. All of that was fine and dandy, but Elder was lingering too much on the parts of the story that everyone already knew. Anyone that picked up Monica Davenport's Jeff tapes could tell you about the emotional, neglectful parents. Anyone who watched Randy Hayden spill his guts to Leslie Matthews could tell you about the affluent bullies and the police force that refused to make a move against them or their families. She wanted Elder to dig into Lou's life after 2015. His long road to recovery while being bullied at Texas public schools after he was shuttled off to live with extended family. His grit to finding the strength to pour his pain into pages of his best-selling book, and of course, his future plans in New York. Before Elder could eventually, if he ever would have, shift the interview into new territory, though, Jane Arkansas had called in. She'd ranted about the issues that was still going on down in Mandeville. The death of some police officer with a goofy-sounding name. Jessica couldn't even remember it, but she recalled that it rhymed. The death of two bit-part actors who appeared in an even more bit-part cable television program hosted by king of all bit-parts, Derek I Crashed a Boat Reynolds, and a slew of other horror stories suddenly took over the entire show. Jessica held back rage as she watched Lou, who also appeared to be holding back the urge to scream, sit across from Elder, while this woman from Mandeville hijacked the entire damn episode. Suddenly, it was as if she was being interviewed over the phone by Elder, as Lou only sat and tried to nod here and there, although he actually hadn't been keeping up with any of the grisly little scenarios that had been, and according to Jane, still were unfolding in his former little suburb, as if he could contribute to the conversation. Jessica timed it, and Jane's little phone call ate up what equated to a whopping 37% of the entire hour-long presentation. In the end, Elder likely put her on the line with his scheduling people to try to get her spot on the show. Jessica was not happy. "Get this, Lou," she told him afterwards, as they both turned to better living through chemistry to ease their angst at the whole debacle. "Turns out that the cable network that carries Cult Hunters isn't going to air that episode now, at least not until some time passes and the two actors are buried and mourned. Does this little Jane bitch really think she's fooling anyone? Her opportunity at the limelight was canceled, so she had to steal yours. Fucking asshole. This is why girls hate each other." Lou, who had been using a credit card to mill through a white powder, a powder that not only decorated a portion of his living room table, but also was dotted faintly above his upper lip and right below his nose, nodded with an accompanying grunt of agreement. Jess continued. According to the internet, she didn't even move to Mandeville until after you were out in Texas living with relatives. Her dad apparently pissed off some fucking idiot who liked to dress up as your brother. Post flare versions, of course. Of course, Lou agreed. Anyway, she moved into your old house. How do you like that? Said fucking idiot then came over and burned the damn place down with, going by the internet at least, the intention of cooking Miss Arkansas inside. She'd been tied to a chair. Her lawyer rescued her at the last minute, apparently shooting the attacker, another Jeff clone, in the leg. He escaped in the chaos, but little Janie was rescued and got to steal your 15 minutes of fame as a parting gift. After a loud snorting session followed by a loud breath of euphoric satisfaction, Lou joined the conversation. Whatever, it's annoying, but honestly, that interview was over for me as soon as Randy bailed. What a dick! The guy shoots my brother with a flare gun, then can't even have the decency to repay me with some top-notch ratings. Lou's compass of success had not always pointed so diligently to the north, however. His teenage years after 2015 were not entirely pleasant. As he began to reflect, Jessica interrupted him as she began to turn off the cameras that she had set up to film a testimonial from Lou concerning his feelings after appearing on Jack Elder. He did not mention Randy or Jane during this video. Instead, he was to lament on the typical sad sack style that he employed when making most of his videos for Jess. On tape, he was the sad, broken brother, the humbled survivor, grieving orphan, and the ultimate beacon of sympathy. In reality, Lou Woods wanted his share of the profit from the crap his brother had heaped onto him 4 years ago. Lou had asked for none of this, yet it'd be delivered to him in the form of 2 slaughtered parents left to rot in a bedroom just a few yards down the hall from his own. Jeff had left, and in his wake was ruination.
Okay, guys, we're going to more likely switch over
Lou had to
a
live with
game
it,
here in a minute,
and he
bit.
decided some time ago that if he had to live as the brother of Jeff the
So, we're going to pause that creepypasta for now, and we are going to switch over to a new game.
You gave me a frickin' heart attack.
How did I give you a heart attack?
Because it was just pure silence, and you're like, alright guys, we're going to change it to a game, and yada. Oh, you're so cruel to me.
It's because I was eating.
Fair enough.
I had to put something in my stomach.
That's fair.
Let's see. What do I want to play? Can't play that until Jake's on because he's my freaking voice.
What games have you got?
A shit ton.
I'm thinking Spider Train.
No! Screw you on that one.
You have no idea how badly I want you to play it.
You know how badly I just want to punch you for that one.
And then punch me.
Punt.
Alright. Then punt me, do what you gotta do.
I don't know why I even got that game.
If you knew it was a spider, why did you get? Or did you not know the train turned into a giant spider?
I did. I was trying to deal with it.
Okay.
Freaking hate the spiders. I hate spiders with a passion.
I know. Your reaction was so cute though when you played it.
Lou has my trait.
Does she not like spiders either?
She hates them.
Fair. I don't mind spiders, but see, when it comes to centipedes, oh hell no.
You mean like the human centipede?
No, I mean like centipedes in general. I can't.
Now I know what to do with you.
Oh, you're going to make me play a game of centipedes, aren't you? Actually, I can play one because I've got a game that's got centipedes, just not a lot of them.
I fucking hate bugs. I hate bugs
You're me.
passion.
I don't mind bugs because obviously I had pet lizards. I got used to them.
Right,
but
so lizards I can deal with. Feeding lizards like certain types of bugs and stuff, I'm fine with. It's everything else.
Like spiders and shit.
That's why I tell you guys to fuck off.
Yeah, I just can't do centipedes. They terrify the fuck out of me. That doesn't scare me because that's not an actual centipede. That's just like a mad scientist that wanted to do horrible, shitty people. That I can watch. Like,
it's a joke because I won't watch that shit.
No, I watched that shit when I was a child. It traumatized me. Like about 10 years ago, a centipede crawled up my arm, and I literally froze. Like out of fear, I turned to stone. Like my entire body tensed up, and I could not move. That's how much I dislike centipedes. So what game are you going to play?
Okay, start it out.
No. Still think to play Church or Spider. Your screen is. Oh, there we go.
Waiting for it to upload right now.
Okay. Goddamn freaking ads! I really should sub to you so I don't have this problem. Deep Purple. 3 out of 5 ads. Hurry up. Oh, I got a camera where it's got film and shit, and if I get solution stuff and one of those bulbs that go red, I can make my own dark rim and produce one film. When I went on vacation, our family friend gave it to us as a gift. So I just need to figure out how to pour solution onto film and stuff, and yeah.
So I got
And of course, the ad decides to freeze.
You're not having any luck, are you?
No. I managed to promote you on Instagram, but your Twitch and your socials do not like me today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want child-proof socket covers. I want to watch Mel play her game. And at 5 out of 5. There we go. I think after what I went through trying to promote your stuff, you could totally play Church Charles. I'll turn that down so it doesn't echo. So is this just like Gashin?
It's made by the same creators, if I'm correct.
No. because my ex was really into this. I don't know, I couldn't get into Genshin and stuff, but like it was cool that you could get wipers and stuff, but... So, does this game have a gacha, like...
I don't. I just started playing it.
Oh, okay, fair. Well, once you get a little bit more experience, let me know, and yeah.
Seems I came at a bad time.
I know.
No. I think you couldn't have timed it better. 23:47:15 system time. Very punctual, Kafka.
Elio always tells the exact future. So what's with the explosion just now? Was that also part of his script?
Uh-huh. 23:44:59 system time. The pulses from the explosion cause a massive breakdown from the master control system.
You did that.
Oh, my stepmother banned me from energy drink for like a week.
The Antimatter Legion did it. They completely
No, it
invaded
got to the
space
point where I was
station
drinking like 8
just
cans a
hours
day.
ago.
Alright. So do we need to fight
I'm
the
on
Legion?
the first day and I'm not taking it very well.
Elio didn't say anything about it, so it doesn't matter.
Got it. So from now on, I'll be in charge of this operation.
Copy. Can you let me have some fun this time? Our last few operations turned out to be pretty dull.
Sorry, I'm afraid there is not much I can do for you. Our task this time is just to place the target properly.
What's so funny?
But if you want to go look for some fun yourself, I won't stop you.
What was with that evil
after all.
snigger?
Listening to the game.
Oh, okay. I cannot. I turned it down because I'm watching on my phone. I didn't want our voices
Elio
echoing.
didn't put it in the script.
I don't know if you can still hear
Why
it.
would it matter?
Okay, hang on. I'll turn it up and then I'll turn it back down. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can. Yeah. The game's fine. I could hear it. Turn-based is the best shit. I hated it when they took away, like, Oh, is that an Ishii?
What asshole?
I'm the asshole? What the fuck did I do wrong? Everyone is bullying me today.
I'm just kidding,
Like-
baby.
I was trying to promote Mel's stream on Instagram and I had to do it like 4 times because it wouldn't work.
Sweetie, I was only kidding.
I know. And then Mel gives me a heart attack. And then when I jumped into Mel's stream, it played like 5 ads. One of the ads froze. And then when it unfroze, it continued the ads. And then I've been trying to beg Mel to play.
Don't feel bad, sweetie.
This
I
lot won't
drunk
be able to slow down the
5
Astral Express crew.
cans of Monster today. So
Relax.
Oh, funny, I'm not allowed to drink Monster for a week.
why is that?
Because I've been drinking about 8 cans a day.
That's not good for your
I've been
heart.
drinking at least 5 cans a day.
How about both
Oh,
of you
I'm not
stop
worried
drinking fucking Monsters and shit like that, energy drinks, because it's not good. You're supposed to only have 1 a day, if that. Otherwise, you are
I'm
going to
not
have
worried.
excessive issues with your heart.
I am not worried about my heart, I'm more worried about my liver. To be fair.
You do realize there have been people that have died from drinking so much Monsters that it basically exploded their heart.
Yeah.
That's how
Okay,
So, do you want good news, Mel?
What's up?
So, remember that plushie that you want so bad? So, me and William talked, and me and William...
That breathing sensation. Remember it. This won't take long.
That is so cute.
Didn't hurt.
We actually have to get paid on the 26th. We can do it.
That is so
Good
adorable.
times never last.
But here's the question. Do you want me to send you money so you can get it, or do you want us to get it?
Surprise me.
Time to say
So,
bye.
may I please have your address?
Ask Jake
Boom.
for it.
I will never see you.
I don't want to say it because I'm streaming right now.
If somebody
Yeah,
else
don't talk
Cleaning
for
up other
help.
people's mess isn't in my job description. You know, Kafka?
If somebody else get me stole it too?
Maybe.
Yeah. Where did you send it, Silverwolf?
Oh yeah, shit, your
Some
birthday's
random
coming up soon.
coordinates, not important. You care about where that
Nietzsche.
coordinator ended up?
Of course not. I'm just amazed at this fancy technique of yours, as usual.
Her birthday's like in May?
Just a little trick of tampering with the data of reality. I wouldn't call it fancy.
What were you looking at so intently just now? Let me see.
Herta's Toys, a catalog
Anyway,
featuring the space
Nietzsche.
station's collection of rare items. They've got a lot of interesting gadgets.
Nietzsche.
Like what?
Do you think Mel should play Church Charles?
There's this gun. It can rate any creature within its crosshair as a score from 0 to 100.
Please say
Doesn't
yeah.
sound very interesting.
Aren't you curious about how much you would score? I kinda wanna know mine.
Fine, I guess we can swing by and play with it if it's not too far. What's our destination?
Go down the corridor behind the door on the left. There's a room where some kind of rare item is stored.
And so that's where the Stellaron is.
That's where we can find out where the Stellaron is.
No, what do you think, Nietzsche? Yes or no?
To be honest, I have no clue. Get out of there. Thomas? I'm not arguing with you.
The central area of the space station is up ahead. There will be lots of Legion Void Rangers there.
Okay. That breathing sensation. Remember it.
Church Charles is a video game that I want Mel to play so badly.
Oh, right.
Relax.
Do you think she should play it?
That is totally up to her if she wants to play.
Do you think she should play it though?
It depends on she wants to. I'm not gonna force her to play it.
This combat needs
She
optimizing.
terrified the spiders. But when she played it last year, when she played it last year, her reaction was adorable. Oh, you got a new follower.
Oh, you shouldn't, you still shouldn't drink too much. Monsters are actually very, very bad for them.
I've got a raid to get to. Let's finish this.
Again, like I said, I'm not worried about my heart, I'm worried about my liver and the amount of vitamin B that's in my system now.
At this speed,
Too much vitamin B is bad for you. Also.
I think I
but
like Genshin Impact a little bit more because I have more free will of it.
yeah.
That's honestly not bad for a plushie that big. It's only $50.
Spider Train, Spider Train does whatever a Spider Train does.
But I
No,
really
okay.
want talking to the artist.
Don't want to continue freaking. I started with a controller. I need a new controller.
What controller you got?
Xbox controller. I need to get one that's wireless.
Yeah, that's something I need to do, Shiki. That's something I need to do. Yeah. Here for a good time, not a long time, and I actually cut down how much monster I drink. Yeah, that's something I need to do. Don't you dare pop up as I see that little AD thing popping up. Don't you dare. I just went through 5 ads and it's not even been 15 minutes. Don't you dare. I see your ad thing popping up. It's just like it's away. You used to drink 18 cans a day. Jesus, how are you still alive?
My question.
Like, max I would drink a day, it's 10.
Luckily, these controllers are just like Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Hold it. Someone or something is up ahead.
Spider Train does whatever a Spider Train does. Does he scare Amel? Yes, he will because he's a Spider Train.
Looks like we're the ones getting ambushed.
But they're the ones.
I can see
getting
Mel shoving a
besieged.
cactus up there if I keep continuing with the choo-choo train shenanigan.
May as well kill them all.
Yep.
I will promise to only be a menace more. By undying will and stubbornness. Do you want me to keep that record of your chat, Mel, for the time being?
Yeah.
Okay. So, your new follower used to drink 18 cans a
You
day.
took the bait just like that.
I don't
And,
understand how.
This combat
I'm going
needs
to try and cut down to
optimizing.
3 cans a week.
At this speed, too slow.
Yeah, but we'll catch up to you someday.
I know.
Just be careful, Nishi.
Time to move.
Come on, get out of here. No, get out of here.
No. Frickin' ads. That's how many that time.
Thomas!
7 ads.
Stop acting up.
Not a single soul here. Impressive evacuation work.
Hold on, I'll be right
Did
back.
Herta organize?
According to the access history, she hasn't logged in here for over 6 months. The evacuation was directed by the acting lead researcher, a girl named Asta.
It doesn't ring a bell. Oh, right. Elio said we wouldn't run into Herta. It seems she really isn't here. Where's the Stellaron?
Elio's script doesn't include any info about the location of the Stellaron, which means in the future he foresees...
We would find the Stellaron in a non-physical way.
This space station is packed with extraordinary objects. I wouldn't be surprised if there's one that can make it happen.
Hiding something extraordinary with something extraordinary. This is pretty Herta. I assume you know what to do? I mean, you've read the catalog for quite a while.
I've got all the clues we need. The only piece missing is a simple trick. Help me investigate the terminal in this room. Our item might be inside.
Okay, the stage is yours. I can't see the memory storage for this terminal.
This is the monitoring room. They must have deleted the records and made a run for it.
I can see the whole space station on the surveillance screen, but not the Stellaron.
Even if you could, it'd be a trap. Herta doesn't display her collections. Make your way over here then. There's no point in trying to search like this.
So, got a master plan? I'm all ears.
It's a matter of hacking the surveillance system directly.
Aha, I see. Herta's collections aren't in the system, so anything unaffected should be our target.
Simple, crude, but effective. Look.
What's this?
Item number 211, Line Spot. A simple light deflecting field. It allows an object in its field to pass unnoticed, but if a different item ceases to be obvious, the object gets revealed.
So, Herta hides her collection with something as simple as this?
The simplest method is the hardest to spot. Isn't that our motto?
Strange thing number 2.
The data suggests it's just an ordinary hologram, but it has an added layer.
Let's take a look. Don't worry, this place won't be our grave. Interesting. She's a member of the Genius Society, all right.
The Stellaron is up ahead. Let's hurry. It has its own security system. I guess even for Herta, a Stellaron is no ordinary rarity.
Can you get it?
Of course. Even the genius Herta can't compete with me when it comes to hacking.
Good. Then I'll also count on you with the preparation of the receptacle.
The receptacle's ready. Your decision.
Elio said this decision will bring about lots of changes.
He also said, it must be you who makes it. Want to give her a new name?
There we go. How much does she remember?
He'll remember you.
Time to get up. Oh. A space station, but that's not important. Listen, you are in a daze right now. You don't know who you are, why you're here, or what you're going to do next. You think I look familiar, but you're not sure if you should trust me. None of that matters. All you need to know is that I'm leaving, and you will be left all alone on this space station. From now on, you needn't think about your past or doubt yourself. Listen. In the near future, you will encounter all kinds of perils and hardships, but you will also have many wonderful experiences. You'll meet companions who will treat you like family and embark on surreal adventures with them. At the end of your journey, all that perplexes you and troubles you will resolve. This is your future that Elio has foreseen. Do you like it? Lovely. Hey, remember what you feel in this moment. As long as you know in your heart where you're heading, you're guaranteed to see the ending of your story. That's the you I like.
How long do you think you need? According to the script, the Astral Express crew is arriving soon. We should avoid being seen by them.
I know, Silverwolf. Just give me another minute. I must leave now. Don't worry, someone will come and find you very soon. Just go with them. You won't remember a thing except me. When you have a chance to make a choice, make one that you know you won't regret.
Weren't their coordinates sent out from the space station?
Who cares? They're here and alive. Do they look like a mannequin to you?
Weak heartbeat and pulse. March, you better do CPR.
Huh? I've never done it before. Don Hung, you do it. Wait, stop it! They're awake! Are you alright? Can you hear me? Do you remember your name? Aw, this isn't good. Can you try harder? I'm sure you can at least remember your name.
Nice to meet you. My name's Don Hung, and this is March 7th. This space station was just attacked by the Antimatter Legion. We came to help with the rescue at the request of lead researcher Asta.
Uh-huh. A petite cutie with pink hair? Madame Herta appointed her to be the acting lead researcher. That girl really needs to step up. I can't believe her own employee doesn't even know her name. Goons owned by the destruction. You're lucky the most dangerous Lord Ravager among them isn't around. Just some nasty minions. We'll take those invaders out soon. Don't worry.
Back to the Master Control Zone. Asta and the other researchers have gathered there.
Plus, that's where we parked the Astral Express. Don't you worry. We'll protect you from the monsters and clear up this mess. Dan Heng and I are members of the Astral Express crew.
Well, the Express has some dealings with Madame Herta, so we come to visit the space station from time to time.
We just so happened to arrive during this invasion. Of course, as a crew of heroes, we're happy to lend a hand. Yeah, you've never seen it? The Express comes here every once in a while.
It's a unique train that can travel between the stars with the power of the Trailblaze Eon.
I'll show you once we're back to the Master Control Zone.
You and March go back together. Arlan from the security department lost contact in the vicinity. I need to find him first.
Oh, all right. You stay safe. Maybe you should bring this. The Legion are rampaging through the space station like a pack of wolves. This trip won't be a walk in the park. It's better if you have something to protect yourself. Just a suggestion, though. You're safe as long as you stick with me.
No, Nishi's fell asleep. Also, can I get a her and a Nyanya? Thank you. That was totally worth the 1,500 points.
This place is full of fancy little gadgets. Herta's collection. I really don't get why she'd go out of her way to collect them and then leave them here to gather dust.
Nishi's fell asleep. I can hear her snoring.
Enough dilly-dallying. We gotta go.
I will need to go for a bit because I've got to go run a bath and relax.
It's the Antimatter Legion. So these crazy
And then I'll
jerks.
stay up and join back the call once I finish my bath.
Watch this!
Let's go.
You're annoying! My turn.
Let's make it quick.
Stay right there while I give you a present!
Let's go. Take this!
You're stronger than you look.
In your own
See? To be quite
You
a
okay,
fighter.
sleepyhead? Okay, Nishi, I think she's moaning in her sleep. Just her like a wee hum noise there. She's adorable.
So we'll take that elevator on the central platform
Hey,
to
you're
go
getting
down
off
to
the
the
game.
master I noticed that you're not wearing the space station staff uniform. Do you really work here? Memory loss, huh? You must have been injured. Never mind. I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it. Let's go. I'll take you to the safe zone. With me out here, how can we lose?
Rules are made to be broken.
Try that again!
Just a scratch.
You can't run! You have gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move! I knew it. But it wasn't me. The Antimatter Legion must have broken it. Too bad Dan Hung's not here. He's like a walking encyclopedia. He knows a ton of complicated stuff. Maybe even elevator repair.
I don't know that one.
Whoa! Why are you
Having
here?
fun.
And how did you get here before us?
I took another route to the upper level when I saw you guys from up there. Arlan is in the control room. He's been injured, but not fatally.
You found him. Will he know what to do about this elevator?
I suppose as the head of the security department, he should know.
Then let's go talk to him.
Tread carefully. Clemency? Never heard of it. The time is now.
My turn.
Let's go. Take this!
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
Rules are made to be broken.
You couldn't have done it without me.
Hey, you're all together?
Yep, we're from the Astral Express.
Oh. Did Madame Herta send you to help?
It's just a coincidence. We came to deliver the rare relic Herta trusted us to find. We didn't expect to arrive during an invasion.
Why is the Antimatter Legion targeting you guys? It seems they just ignored the surface of the planet and came straight to the space station.
I have no idea. The Legion came at a very suspicious time, almost right after the security system suddenly failed. Lead researcher Asta immediately began to organize the evacuation. I was supposed to cover everyone as they evacuated, but I didn't expect to end up failing in this task.
Don't be too hard on yourself. Your leg and dominant hand were injured. It was a wise decision to hide here and avoid a head-on encounter with the Legion.
Yeah, most of the staff have been evacuated safely. So right now our highest priority is to return to the Master Control Zone and plan a counterattack.
After the evacuation was complete, the elevators were all shut down to keep the Legion away from the Master Control Zone. Since Lady Asta sent you to look for me, I assume she must have given you the encryption key for accessing the elevator system?
Oh, right. She did give me some sort of card.
March.
But where did I put it?
You...
Ah, here it is.
He almost lost it.
Now that we found the key, we should get going. We can use that console over there to unlock the elevator.
Let's go.
Hold on. I only activated the elevator on the highest floor. We'll have to go there to use it. Because I mustn't give the Legion any chance to reach the Master Control Zone by the elevator. I must ensure the safety of the station staff. So I'll have to trouble you to take a bit of a detour. Apologies.
Huh? You're not coming with—
My leg is injured. I'd only slow you down.
You won't slow us down. And you should be able to shut down the elevators from the mountain.
Agreed. She and I made it here safely. And now we've also got Dan Heng. Let us worry about the Antimatter Legion. You just follow us and keep yourself alive.
Thank you.
Step aside. I have no interest in stoking conflict.
My turn.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant. This sanctuary is but a vision.
Watch this!
Clemency? Never heard of it. The time is now.
Let's make it quick.
Step aside. I have... The repulsion bridge has been shut down?
Yes, to stall the enemy, more or less.
Gotta try hard sometimes. Check out this awesome move!
Clemency? Never heard of it.
Told ya I could fight.
The truth of life and death, revealed in an instant. This sanctuary is but a vision.
Watch this!
Let's go.
Batter up!
You're annoying!
Step aside. I have no...
You have the worst luck running in...
Let's make it quick.
Hey, these shiny things. Are these light cones? I thought only the Interastral Peace Corporation had rare stuff like this.
No. Light cones are Garden of Recollection technology. They allow you to carry memories around. Very potent enhancement items. I heard the corporation paid a lot for the usage rights. but I've no idea how Herta managed to get hold of one.
They were acquired legitimately. That's all I can say.
You okay?
Take them. They're very useful in combat.
Yeah.
Aw, is that it? We've reached the elevator already.
Move carefully.
Rules are made to be broken.
Just a scratch.
Who's next?
Yeah. You can't run.
Fighting is meaningless.
Try that again. Just annoying. Gotta try hard sometimes. Watch this awesome move.
Rules are made to be broken.
Too late to repent. The truth of life and death, revealed in the sanctuary, is but a vision.
Just a scratch.
Why does it always have to get this exciting? Anyway, at least you're back. March, Dan Heng, you've been through a lot.
Oh, phew. Hime Himiko, what took you so long? That last wave of Antimatter Legion came at us like a swarm of locusts.
I wouldn't have made a difference. My orbital cannon can deal with a whole bunch of enemies at once, but I couldn't just blow up the space station with it. Herta would not like that. Whew. Are you all right, Arlam? Ask.
I'm fine. A quick patching up will do. Thanks for asking. I'll report the situation to lead researcher Asta immediately.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Himiko, navigator of the Astral Express.
In other words, she's in charge of where the express goes.
March hasn't been any trouble for you along the way, has she?
Think carefully about how you want to reply to that. Huh. Looks like we have 2 Dan Hungs on our team now.
Put something on for your brother.
Please leave me out of this.
Look at you all. You've already gotten really close. Come on. Asta's been worried about all of you.
Up top, Lou. Guys, I'm gonna end here. I'm getting a little tired.
Okay.
We'll play some more later if I'm yeah, I'm tired.
Okay. You gonna go get some rest?
I gotta take a nap.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna read someone real quick.
No.
Yes, Lou. I love you, daughter, but you can be slightly annoying. If you're on my Twitch, please go ahead and help me rate out. If not, I'm gonna end up ending it right here because I'm actually really, really tired. So.
Join your raid.